Covered. The toilets are functional, the water system is flushing, and as you can see, the electricity is working as well, so it's not necessary for us at this stage to change the venue, so we can continue here in Rustenburg. You are still under oath, sir?
Thanks.
And
Commission
Mr.
bechaza
Pera?
ngokuba asinawohamba njengoba
cross-examined.
wayenikelwa umlayezo. Binabona yonke into ibuyile ngokulungile yonke into.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Pacha.
Morning.
We were on the 16th, just after Matunjwa has left the copy. You still remember where we were?
Uyakhumbula sigcibezele phaya kwi-16 emva kokuba uMathunjwa esehambile phaya entabeni. Uyakhumbula loo nto? Yes.
In paragraph 10 of your statement, you say that you were part of the front group trying to leave the copy when the police deployed a barbed wire.
Uthi kwi-statement sakho wawungomnye walaba babapha phambili ngelixesha amapolisa atsala olucingo oluhlabayo avala. Kunjalo?
Ndandingasemva.
No, I was at the back.
Okay, paragraph 10 of your statement, if I can read it back to you, it says, together with many other workers, we ran towards the path next to the kraal with the intention of escaping into Nkaneng.
Utsho kanjalo kwi-statement sakho njengoba esifunda phaya uthi wawukwaba abokuqala abasuka ukuba babaleke bashone ngapha kucingo lo ninjonge okokuba nibalekele emzini phaya eNkaneng.
And then the last sentence says,
ekugqibeleni ke wathi
there were a number of people ahead of me, but I was generally speaking part of the front group.
uthi babe baninzi phambi kwakho kodwa ke enyanisweni wawungomnye wabo bantu babe phambili noma babe baninzi phambi kwakho.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Okay. I want to show you a picture, L198.
Funa ukukhombisa umfanekiso ke apha 198.
L198.
Nangu lo mfanekiso sithatha ngawo 198.
Do you see a group of people there
Uyababona babantu
next to a nyala?
Ya ndiyababona.
nansi nenyala phaya. Yes, I see them.
Do you see the person at the most front of the group there, the person we famously know now as Mambush?
Uyambona lo phambili kwabo bonke lo waziwa kakhulu ngokuba ngumambushi.
Ndiyambona.
I see him.
You are part of this group, isn't it?
Ubukweli cela wena. Kunjalo?
Kodwa phakathi.
Yes, but in the middle of this group.
Okay. Can you just explain to this commission what was happening during this period?
The period on the
Yeah, during the time
apha
when this,
kwakwenzeka ntoni apha ka uchazela i-commission.
Kwakumewe uculo.
We're standing and singing.
okay. Was that police vehicle moving or standing?
Linqwela le yamapolisa yayimile kanene behamba ngelo xesha.
Yayimile.
It was standing.
The police vehicle was standing and you were also standing and singing?
Uthi inqwela yamapolisa yayimile nani nimile apha nicula.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened next?
Emva koko ke kwasukenzekani?
Zange kwenzeke into.
Nothing happened.
Okay, as you were singing there, did you when you reached next to the Nyala, did you go forward or did you go back to the copy?
Nitheke niza nicula xa nifika kule nqwela inyala niye naqhubeka naye phambili kanene naphinda umva nabuyele ekopini.
Saphinde emva.
We went back.
Back to the copy?
Phindele ekopini.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then as you went to the copy, what did the police vehicle, the Nyala, do?
Ithe xa seniphindile ke phaya ekopini yabe seyenzani ke le nqwela yamapolisa linyala.
Yaqalisa yadonsa icingo.
Started closing up with the wire.
Okay. And then?
Emva koko
Yabe seyingena enye idonsa yabe seyingena enye idonsa.
Another
Sabona
one
wasiyabiyelwa
followed.
manje.
pulling the wire and another one thereafter. Then we realized, nabona?
Sabona uba siyabiyelwa.
We then
sabe
realized
sesisuka
we
sihamba ngendlela eya emkhukhwini.
We then realized we were now being boxed up. We then proceeded along the road that leads to the settlement.
Okay. The road, so you went back to the copy and then the Nyala continued pulling the wire and then you came back to the direction of the Nyala. Is that what you're saying?
Uthi neza apha njengoba benilana bese niphinda umva nisiye ekopini ndithi ithe xa iqala idonsa ucingo nabese nisiya ngakuyo.
Ya sisiya ngakuyo uba sifuna kuphuma ngendlela eya emkhukhwini singayi kuyo.
Towards the Nyala but not straight at it. Along the road, we wanted to go out through the road that leads to the settlement.
Okay, then what happened next?
Emva koko ke kwasekwenzeka ntoni?
Safika ngasesibayeni ivalile.
When we came to the crawl, they had already closed.
Sazozama ukujikela phansi emva kwesibaya uba sisiya endleleni egodukayo eya emkhukhwini.
We tried to turn around the crawl in order to reach the road that leads to the settlement.
Sabe sesidudulwa ngexesha.
It was at this stage that we were being shot at.
Okay, before you went around the crawl, what were the police doing? The police who were not in the Nyalas, were they shooting?
Phambi kokuba nijikele apha ngasebuhlanti nizama ukuphuma la mapolisa abengekho kwinyala lawo bephansi abenza ntoni ona bedubula?
Kulapho ngingazange ndaze khona uba adubule kuba ndabona sekuyiwa abantu phambili kwami mina nephakathi nendawo ndazotsiba ke ngoku ndazongena ngaphakathi esibayeni sendilimele apha enyaweni.
I wasn't aware of the shooting at that time, but I saw people collapsing right in front of me, and later I realized that my foot had been injured.
Okay. Your foot was injured when you were coming around the crawl, isn't it?
Unyawo lakho lwenzakele ngelixesha ubaleka ngapha ngasebuhlanti.
Ngalesikhathi abantu bawileyo nditsiba apha ecakwabo uba ndizongena ebuhlanti abe unyawo lutshisa.
At the time that people had collapsed in front of me, I was jumping over them, and it was at that time that I started feeling the pain on my foot.
Okay. Can we go a little bit back before we go around the crawl? I want to know whether at the time that you said you came back and you found that the road was closed, what were the police doing at the time? Were they shooting or not?
Uthi kwelixesha nibona ukuba kuyavalwa phaya xa nibuya nifika ukuba sebavalile apha ngasebuhlanti ngelo xesha nibona uba bavalile apha abenza ntoni la mapolisa bengaphandle ngelo xesha bedubula?
Ebedubula.
They were shooting.
Okay. And then you decided to come around the crawl.
Nibona okokuba kubhetele nijikele ngapha ngasebuhlanti ngasemva.
Ewe.
Yes.
Can I just show you pictures L206 and L207? In fact, let's start with L206.
Masijonge lo mfanekiso nangu 206.
Now we've been referring to them as slides.
Slide 206.
Okay. Are you able
Umfanekiso
to,
bawuvezile phaya.
are you able to see yourself there at the at slide 206?
Asijonga kulo mfanekiso uvelile wena phaya apho uzibona khona.
Andivelanga.
I'm not appearing there.
Okay. But can we accept that you were part of that group?
Kodwa ke singayamukela into yokuba wena wawukweli cele.
Kodwa ngasemva.
But at the back.
Okay. The next slide is L207.
Mfanekiso landelayo L207. Wolo. Anke bawuvezile phaya.
Are you able to see yourself there?
Yakwazi ukuzibona wena apho uvele khona apho.
Andibonakali.
I am not visible there.
Okay. But we can accept that you are part of this group.
Kodwa ke into yokuba singayamukela ukuba ubukulo elicele.
Kodwa ngasemva.
But at the back, yes.
Okay. I want to show you now a picture, a video.
Ndizakubonisa ngoku
Video
umfanekiso
that was
kamabonakude
of this
video.
picture 207. I think it's AAA7.
Uyayibiza ke pha. Veza leyo video.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, before the video is played, can I just ask whether the shooting or any of the deceased's bodies will be visible on the video?
Uzokuba akukho umfanekiso emimbi naye abantu abadutshuliwe kanye nabantu abaswelekile abazawuvela kulo mfanekiso.
No, this one is a side angle. It will not show the deceased. But the usual one may be made, but I don't. The last time I checked, it didn't show it.
The video clip that's going to be shown will show some of the strikers being fired at. And though I'm told that they cannot readily be recognized because it's a side view, nevertheless those who are related to or were loved ones of the people who were shot at that time may find viewing the clip distressing and disturbing. So I shall ask those responsible for showing the clip to wait 2 minutes to give those who wish to leave the auditorium the opportunity to do so.
Uthi umgcinisihlalo ababazawukhombisa lo mfanekiso masinike imizuzu emibini senzele okokuba xa idlalwa apha ngoba kuzawuvela abantu abadutshulwayo apha abo bethu banenhliziyo ezete bangeke bakwazi ukuyimela lento okokuba bathi ukushenqa kancinci baphinde babuye emva kwexesha. Xa ubona okokuba unakuyimela lento ezawuvela apha sicela ukuba uphume.
The video can be shown now.
Yet people still leaving the auditorium. Give them an opportunity to leave the auditorium.
Sizoba
Let's take 2 minutes because I realize that
baze
might take
baphume omama laba baphumayo.
time.
Tightly packed and staying low to the ground, with spears, sticks and machetes. South African police forced these miners into an area with razor wire. Then they boxed them in using armoured vehicles. Then this happened.
Do you see this group?
Ulibonile elicele belihamba phaya?
Yandibonela.
Yes.
Yes, this is the group that is, in your own words, generally in the front.
Ngaba bebehamba phambili njengoba ubusixelela.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
You were part of this group, isn't it?
wena ungomnye welicele Kunjani?
ngasemva.
Yes, at the back.
Okay. You can roll it forward. When that shooting, where there's a large number of bullets that we've just had, I take it that you are part of the front group.
Ngeli xesha uvile xa kuduma imbumbulu ezininzi phaya. Uvile xa sibetha kaninzi. Ndiyathemba kokubana
Ndizivile.
I heard the sound of bullets, yes.
Okay, where were you?
Ubophi ngelo xesha.
Kwelo xesha ndiqonda ukuthi sebewile abawileyo abangaphambili kum ndabe sendisiba ndingena esibayeni.
I think at that stage is when I realized that the others had fallen in front of me. I jumped over them and went into the crawl.
Sendilimele kwamna.
At that stage, I had also been injured.
Okay. If we just go back, just before you turn around the crawl, was it clearly visible to you that the police were shooting at the time?
Phambi kokuba
Visible or audible? Visible or audible?
Visible. Maybe later we just use visible and audible.
ngeli xesha uzawuthi ucinga uba masijike lapha ngasebuhlanti sibaleke kwakubonakala ngelo thuba noma kuvakala okokuba amapolisa ayadubula.
Xa kuduma izibhamu ayadubula amapolisa ngelo xesha.
When there are sounds of bullets, when the sound of firearms being discharged, the police are shooting.
Okay. What I wanted to know what was that it was clear to you that the police were busy shooting at the strikers.
Umbuzo ke ndibuza wona ba kwelo ngelo xesha kwakucacela nokuba ayadubula amapolisa ngoku adubula abaqhankqalazi.
Kunjalo kuba nami sendilimele.
It is so, yes. I had also been injured at that stage.
What I want to know is that while it is clear that the police are busy shooting, why did you proceed towards the police?
Ngoku ke xa sekucaceka ngolo hlobo okokuba siyadutshulwa ngoku yintoni eyabangela ukuba nichubeke niye phambili kumapolisa.
Sasingayi mapoliseni sasizama indlela yokubaleka sihambe siye emikhukhwini apho sihlala khona.
We're not going to the police. We're trying to go through to the road that would lead us to the settlement where we're staying.
You see, Mr. Pacha, before the police could start shooting, Mr. Matunjwa told you to go home and you didn't go home. But when the police are shooting, you are going in the direction of the police.
Uthi into emxakayo le uMathunjwa wafika apho wanixela ukuba ehambani madoda magoduke kuyo emakhaya nangayenzi loo nto. Senisuka apho amapolisa ayadubula noma esedubula niya phambili kuwo.
Kulapho ke ngokuna kufanele ba ke ndibuze umbuzo.
This is again where I have to pose a question. And if
Okay, respond.
Ndithi kulapho kufanele ba ndibuze umbuzo apha kuwe.
I'm saying, sir, we have now reached a point here where I have to ask you a question.
Okay, you're
I had
welcome.
asked the question.
Uzakho umbuzo.
Kweli xesha amapolisa adubulayo bawe ungaphinda emva abantu bewile. Baphinda kanjani abantu bewile?
When the police are shooting at people and people are falling, how can those people that are fallen go back?
Okay, I don't understand your question.
Ngizokuphinde futhi.
Should I repeat
Would you
myself?
like him to repeat it?
Ewe. Awuphinde bro.
Ndithi
I am saying
abantu badutyulwe bawile phansi bangaphinda kanjani emva.
people have been shot at, Mr. Chairperson. They have fallen onto the ground. How can those people stand up and run backwards?
Okay, I don't know whether your question has got something to do with my question. Let me just clarify my question.
I think you can answer the question by saying, at least I assume you would say, that you wouldn't expect people who've been shot and have fallen down to get up and run away. But he did run forward. He wasn't lying on the ground. So the question is, why did he not try to run away? I take it that's your question. Is that right?
Yes.
Right.
Umbuzo yilo ke mfoka bawo. Shayiva lento kuba aba bese bawile nyani bebangena kubavuka baphinda umva. Kodwa ke wena ubungawanga ndithi wabaleka kodwa wabaleka wajonga phambili umbuzo kokuba intoni ungajikanga uphinda umva.
Ingathi ndiza kuphinda kula mbuzo.
I think I will repeat the question again.
Ndiphinde kanjani mna uba ndiyofika kweyandawo bendibhanditshelwa kuyo kanti andiphindanga emva.
How could I have gone back to the place where the bandage was applied on my foot if I had not gone back?
Mr. Chair, I think I will clarify my question with answering it in another way.
Tuzawucacisa lo mbuzo ngokuthi
Asking it
akuphendule
in another way.
ngaphendule ngalindlela.
Mr. Pacha, can I refer you to slide L205?
Masijonge slide L
205.
205. Angu lumfanekiso. Oba 205.
Ndiwubheke.
I'm looking at it.
Do you see slide 205? There are two crawls there. There's a big crawl and there's a small crawl, which is on the right-hand side of the big crawl.
Uyabona apha ubuhlanti obukhulu apha lobuncinci masesandeni sekune. Yes.
And there are white police cars next to the small crawl there.
Apha ngasebuhlanti obuncinci kukho imoto zamapolisa ezezimhlophe ezivele pha uyazibona.
Ndijonge.
I'm looking at them.
And this is the place where you just told us that the police were busy shooting even before you came across the crawl, around the crawl.
Andithi kulapha ke bemi khona amapolisa lawo edubula phambi kokuba ujikele ngapha kobuhlanti. Kunjani?
Iphila khoma beyenziwe xa ndingena esibayeni ndisendilimele. Ba andiyiboni apha kule ncwadi ilapha eca kwam.
Intoni ikhoma?
Laa nto beyitikishile apha emnyango esibayeni.
We made a cross the other day here, an X mark on the picture where I indicated the entrance to the crawl. I don't see it on this slide.
No, we'll go to the entrance of the crawl. I'm talking
Sizawuya kulowo mfanekiso.
the period just before. I'm talking the period just before you went around the crawl.
Uthetha ngexesha ungafiki phaya ebuhlanti ungakayi phaya uthi ngeli xesha uzawujikela ngasemva kobuhlanti phambi kokuba uye apho.
Isn't it before you went around the crawl, you just told us that the police were busy shooting?
Andithi uthe phambi kokuba ujikele phaya ngasebuhlanti amapolisa beseqalile ukudubula bese sivakala imbumbula andithi.
Enjalo.
It is so.
Yes. And these police were shooting in the vicinity of the small crawl.
Andithi amapolisa bedubula ebephaya kobuhlanti obuncinci.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Yeah. What I want to know is why do you choose to go to where the police are shooting in the vicinity of the small crawl and not go away from the shooting and run towards the big crawl?
Mbuzo kokuba ngoba lamapolisa beli kweli cala kobuhlanti obuncinci edubula yintoni wena wabaleka wezwa kelo cala ungabaleki uye le kobu buhlanti obukhulu suke emapoliseni?
Andiva uphinde?
Just repeat the question again.
Okay, we've just, you just told us that the police were shooting, and they were shooting in the vicinity of the small crawl.
Andithi uthi amapolisa besedubula ngelo xesha kodwa ukudubula kwakuvela apha ngasebuhlanti obo obuncinci. Kunjalo?
And this was even before you ran around the crawl, the small.
Phambi kokuba ujikele ngale kobuhlanti ubaleke abesedubula amapolisa. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Why are you running towards the police at the small crawl instead of running away from the police towards the direction of the big crawl?
Ngoku ke umbuzo ukuthi wenziwa into nokuba ubalekele kwelo cala ungajikanga umvu ubaleke uye le ngobuhlanti obukhulu. Andiva?
Uphinda ndikuva.
If you repeat the question, I'm not clear what you're saying.
Okay.
Lungi, pinde.
Do you see the big crawl there?
Uyabona obuhlanti obukhulu sithetha ngawo?
Yeah.
I see it.
When the police were shooting, why didn't you run towards the direction of this big crawl?
Uthi xa amapolisa adubula ke kweli cala yintoni ungajikanga umva ubaleke uye kobu buhlanti obukhulu?
Indlela ihamba phambi kobuhlanti.
The road passes that crawl, just in front of that crawl.
Dijikela emva kobuhlanti njena ndithiya indlela. Intuba siyadutyulwa. Akukho ndlela phanga phambili. Ethi masina sihambe ngenkani kweyandlela. Sibalekela ngapha nje senzele intoba masikwazi uya emikhukhwini. Sihamba endleleni etshona emikhukhwini.
The reason I ran behind the crawl was in order to reach the road which I could not reach as it is. The road that leads to the settlement where I stay.
But in that road, you've already told us that there were policemen busy shooting. Why do you run towards the direction of the shooting police?
Sisiqalelo kokuba kuleyo ndlela nanikuyo kula amapolisa bevimbe khona edubula khona. Yintoni eyenza ukuba ubalekele kwelo cala ungabaleki uphambane nabo?
Imbangi into yokuba ndihlala emkhukhwini.
The reason is that I stay in the shack settlement.
Mr. Pat.
So, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I take it, the point is that the settlement was behind the police as you were approaching them. Is that correct?
Andithi njengoba nani minje amapolisa abephakathi kwenu namatyotyombe la wena amatyotyombe bengale kwamapolisa andithi? Yes sir.
So you had to run towards the police, past the police, to get to the settlement.
Ngoku ke xa nibaleka kwakudingeka ukuba nigqithe apha emapoliseni phambi kokuba niyofika phaa emzini. Kunjalo?
Sasinga balekela uba siye emapoliseni sasibalekela okwethu uba sisinde kule nto yenzekayo.
We were not running necessarily towards the police, Ms. Chairperson. We were running to save our own lives.
I understand that, but if the police were between you and the settlement, you had to run towards the police and past the police to get to the settlement, didn't you? You've admitted that already.
Ayivake loo nto itshoyo. Kodwa ke xa benibaleka apha amapolisa ala phambi kwenu imikhukhu ingale andithi bekufanele nigqithe apha kuwo phambi kokuba niyofika emikhukhwini. Kunjalo?
Enjalo.
It is so, yes.
Joey, did you have your bush knife in one hand and your sharpened iron rod in the other?
Ubaleka nje mfo kaba uphethe ubhusha lona nencula le yakho ezandleni.
Zezam.
That's mine, yes sir.
Thank you. Would you please proceed?
So you chose to run towards the direction of the police with your weapons in your hands.
Ngoku ke wabona okokuba ubaleke uya ngakuwo amapolisa uziphethe nezixhobo zakho ezandleni.
Ndadutyulwa ndiziphethe.
When I was shot at, I had my arms. Yes.
We've just seen from the videos there, as your group was approaching, the police were shooting.
Siboni apha kule mfanekiso lecela lakho xa liza apha ngakubo amapolisa ayadubula.
Did you believe that there was anything that was going to save you from the bullets of the police?
Nani kholelwa okokuba ikanene wena wawukholelwa ukuba kho into engakusindisa kolu dubulo lamapolisa.
Ndandingenanto yinkolelo nto nayo ndandibaleka.
I was just running away. I had no belief whatsoever.
When you were at the mountain, you heard about Intellis, isn't it?
Ngeliya xesha niphaya entabeni wayiva le nto kwakuthetha ngayo Intellis.
Zange ndive nto yantelisi.
I had nothing about Intellis.
You didn't hear that some people at the mountain believe that Intellis will protect them against the bullet of the police?
Awuzange uva ukuba abantu buye kwasetshenziswa Intellis beyizawubakhusela kwiimbumbulu zamapolisa.
Azange ndive ke.
That I did not hear.
Mr. Pata, I put it to you that the only reason you could run towards the shooting police was that you also believe that the bullets will not be effective towards you.
Ndandikubeka kuwe ke mfokaphasha ukuba wawubaleka uqonde kuwo amapolisa na unonkolelo yokuba imbumbulu asinakwenza nto apha kuwo.
Andiyazi ke.
That I don't know.
Okay, if we go back to 205, ne?
Asiphinda apha ke siya
Slide 205.
ku-205 nanku lo mfanekiso.
Other than the direction of the big crawl, do you see there's a group of people on the open field today?
Xa ujonge lo mfanekiso apha uyabona abantu apha bagcwele yonke indawo lena.
Ya ndiyababona.
Yes, I see them.
I put it to you, Mr. Pazza, that if you had the intention of saving your life, you would not have run towards the direction of the police. You would have chosen to go to the open field like other people who are appearing on the picture here.
No. Chairperson, with the greatest respect, the basis has to be led. If my learned friend knows the direction of these people in the still picture, then he must tell us how he knows.
Uthi umhlekazi uMpofu ayinoko lo mbuzo mawubuze ngenye indlela xa kukho ulwazi olukhoyo kokuba abo bantu beme lapho ufikeka kanjani kubo.
The direction, which way they are running.
Ukuthi aba bantu babaleka baya kweliphica.
Whatever the direction, it's away from the small crawl. And the police.
How do you know that? You have to know where they were coming from to know whether it's away or towards. It's a still photo, Mr. Mchapa.
I'll rephrase the question so that there won't be any need for a ruling. Mr. Pazza, do you see if you're looking at the picture, on the bottom part of the picture there's an open field.
Ujonge lo mfanekiso yabona apha kukho indawo evulekileyo. Uyayibona?
Andiyiboni mina ndibona kuyinyakanyaka yodwa lila.
I don't see, I only see lot of confusion there.
Okay. Why didn't you run towards that confusion?
Intoni ke ungabalekelanga kule nyakanyaka we?
Andiva.
I don't understand you say.
My question is, why didn't you run away from the small crawl into that area which you describe as a confusion?
Uthi ngoba wena wawulanga sebuhlanto bobuncinci xa kudutshulwa yintoni ongabaleka uze kweli cala apho uthi khona kungasenyakanyakeni?
ndike ndathi umntu ubalekela apho aqonda ukuthi uzawusinda khona.
I had already said a person runs towards a place where he feels he would be safe.
Okay, let's continue.
Masichubeke ke.
When you go to slide L209,
Masichubeke ke size apha ku-209. Sosithetha ngawo.
there are white cars there,
Kukho izinqwele ezimhlophe uyazibona phaya?
and then there is a crawl there.
Hlanti phaya uyabona?
Yeah.
Yes.
And there is a pathway that passes between, more or less between the cars and the crawl.
Kukho indlela phaya egqitha phakathi kwezinqwele zamapolisa nobuhlanti. Uyayibona? I see it.
Is this the pathway to Nganeng?
Iyo eya enkanini.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the road.
Okay. On this picture, Nganeng, is it on the right or on the left?
Kulo mfanekiso xa siwujongile inkanini ikweli cala ikanene apha ngasokhohlo.
In the direction of that road, that pathway.
Xa sijonga kule ndlela inkanini ingakuphi?
Inkanini ingezantsi kwendlela.
Nkanini would be on the lower side of the road.
Okay. There's on the picture there's N there for north.
Apha kulo mfanekiso kukho u-N apha uyambona? Apha kubhalwe khona.
Yeah, ndiyabona.
I can see that, yes.
Okay. Is that the direction to Nganeng as you walk past that crow?
Xa ugqitha ububuhlanti ke uya kweli cala
What's
laka
the
N
letter N?
xa usiya enkanini.
Witness who's illiterate, I'm not quite sure that he understands when you talk
Ngokuba
about
akubhalwanga N lapha kulaa ndawo sihamba kuyo.
There is no N on the road that we travel on daily.
kind of answer you get when you ask that kind of question.
Okay. Okay, you said, can you tell the difference between left and right?
Uyakwazi ukukhombisa uba apha ngasokhohlo apha ngasekunene, right no left.
Awuphindi?
Just repeat the question, sir.
A question like that is a bit insulting the way you phrase it. It might be better to say, I take it you can tell the difference between left and right. You know, it's like if I were to ask you, can you read? You'd be very offended, wouldn't you? So don't ask questions that arouse that kind of response.
But we are lazy. Uhlangothi lasokhohlo. Uhlangothi lasekunene.
Ndizawubhideka kuba
Ayi.
andifundanga into zo left no right andiyazi wethetha uthini.
I get a bit confused, Ms. Chairperson, because I am not a learned person. I'm illiterate. I don't know what is the meaning of left or right. For
Okay.
right.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'll try to help you, Mr. Prather.
Zagnaider.
Can you put that picture in front of you?
Slide 209.
Slide 209.
Sorry,
Masibeke lo
Chairperson,
mfanekiso apha phambi
Well,
kwakho.
I'm sorry. The witness has said that Nganeng is on the lower side of the picture. All my learned friend has to establish is which side. Is it the one away from the page or the one next to the margin or something? Which one is the lower side? I don't understand this.
Sounds like an objection, but it sounds like a helpful hint. I suggest you take it.
Njengoba emnceda ke umhlekazi uMpofu ukuba mawubuze kanjani umbuzo mawubuza ngolo hlobo.
Yeah, I'm still confused. I don't know which one is the lower. That is why I wanted to see from his body language.
Uthe inkaningi ingasezantsi kulo mfanekiso kwendlela. Kweliphi icala xa ungasibonisa yona apha?
Xa uphuma uvela eMarekani usehla nkanini nansi ijomba so.
The witness indicates if you travel from the right-hand side, that is Marikana, towards in a northerly direction, as he indicates, Nkaning would be in that area.
Okay. So after you have come across around the crawl, after you have came around the crawl, in order to go to Nkaning, would you agree with me that you'll have to turn left?
Uthi xa ububaleka ngalendlela obubaleka ngayo uzawuthi xa ujikela ngale emva kobuhlanti bese ujikela ubaleka ngasesandleni sokhohlo uye eNkaningi.
Xa ndijikela phansi kwesibaya ndijikelela into ubana ndizawungena endleleni ephuma eMarekani eya eMkhukhwini.
The reason I turned around the crawl, Mr. Chairperson, was to get to the road that comes from Marikana and leading to the Sheikh settlement.
Yes, the road that is leading to the Sheikh settlement, you had to turn to the left.
Ewe, xa ubuza ubamba loo ndlela esiya eNkaningi ubuzawujikela ngasesandleni sokhohlo. Andisikunjalo?
Yeah.
Yes.
And in order to get into the crawl, that is the entrance to the crawl, you had to turn to the right.
Andithi ukuze ungene apha esangweni lobuhlanti uye kwanyanzela kokuba ujikele ngasesandleni sokunene. Kunjalo?
Ngokuba usitsho.
As you are saying it, yes.
Okay, let's talk about after you were shot and then you were in the crawl. How did you get out of the crawl?
Usudutyuliwe ke ngomvuka bawo baleka wangena ebuhlanti uphume kanjani apha ebuhlanti?
Ndinyathele phezu kwameva kuleso sibaya ndawo wangaphandle.
I had to climb over the thorns there and
Ndabe sendiphuma
fell
iphindela
outside.
entabeni.
I fell outside the crawl and then turned and ran towards the mountain.
Okay. When you left the crawl towards the mountain, I take it now you're talking about the small copy.
Xa uthetha ngentaba uthetha ngale incinci small copy ubalekela kuyo.
Ndiqale kule inkulu kuba ndiyaphapha kule ndawo ndilimele kuyo kuchiyeke ipisi engaka xa ndithi ukujonga apha enyameni ipisanyana ithambo liphelile ndajikela elokwamatye kuba nansi ihiphu iyeza ndoyika nomnyathelwa yiyo kuba ndiyayibona uba iyayenza idamage ngapha ngemva kwam.
I turned towards the big copy because at that time I had a difficulty in running. Some piece of flesh was still hanging, the bone was damaged, and there was a hippo right in front, which I could see causing a lot of damage right in front of me. And I was scared of being run over by that hippo.
Ndajikela kuloo matye ndahlala phansi ndajuba le pisi ize ndikwazi ukubaleka kakuhle kuba iyandibhabhisa.
I turned towards the rocks there, sat on the rocks, first had to get rid of the piece of flesh that was hindering my running before I could run further.
Ndakwazi ukubaleka ndihambe ndiyofika kwintaba encinci.
I then could run and reach the small copy.
Kulapho ke sadutyulelwa khona ngenyani kwafa abantu.
That is where the real shooting took place and where people died.
Abangaxhoma izandla abantu badutshulwa.
People were raising their hands, even if their hands were risen, they were shot at.
Ndathi ngokwenhlungu ba ndiyaziva uba liyaphuma igazi liyaphela emzimbeni ndachola ifaskoti ndazibopha ngayo ize kube bhetele egazini liphuma.
Because of the pain that I was feeling, the loss of blood, I could feel that blood was running out of my system. I picked up a piece of apron, tightened my foot in order to stop the bleeding, and only then did I feel better.
Andazi noba ndidlulena.
Should I proceed further, Mr. Chairperson?
Yes, we would like to know more of what you saw in that small copy. You said people have been shot. Did you know anyone who was shot?
Uthi apha kwikope encinci bantu badutshula khomaziyo wadutshula.
Abantu ababephaya andinomazi umuntu uba sasimnyama simnyama silaliswe ehlungwini.
I did not know that people were there. These were black men, and we were all sleeping very painfully on our stomachs.
Sorry, Chairperson, if I may help, that ehlungwini is a very deep Xhosa word, so I don't blame the interpreter. But if I may be of help, it means when the grass has been bent, the black grass, as it were. And that's the part that was not interpreted.
I didn't get it, so you said the kind of grass.
Yeah, no. When you burn grass, and then long after that, it becomes black. That place is called ehlungwini, which is the black grass. That's what he said, yeah. And maybe the linguist can confirm.
Mr. Tikoto confirms that is correct.
That place had been, the grass had been.
Yiyo le nto ndithi lihlungu uba thina siyibiza ngoba lihlungu thina abantu besiXhosa indawo etshileyo.
That is what we refer to it in Xhosa, Mr. Chairperson. A place where grass had been burnt, we refer to this as ihlungu. I did not know this, I must admit.
Okay, this was between the rocks in small copy.
Lindawo othetha ngayo ke iphakathi kwamatye phaya nentaba lencinci.
Injalo.
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Phatsa, you say people were shot that you saw with your own eyes.
Uthi wayibona ngawakho amehlo lento bantu bedutshula phaya Tekazipasha.
Ndayibona ngamehlo lawam.
My own eyes, yes, sir.
Do you know any of those people that were shot next to you? I mean, that you saw?
Ukho umuntu omaziyo kwaba babedutshula apho.
Akunamntu ndimaziyo ukuba sazana ngosesibhedlela ubungubani wena unguwaphi sidibene pha.
I did not know them then. It only came to know each other at the hospital when we were asking, what is your name, from which area do you come from, and so on.
Okay. If I show you a photo, that is slide L235.
U235.
This is the photo of the small copy.
235.
235.
Uthi umfanekiso wale intaba incinci bizwa ngoba small copy.
Okay. Are you able to point at that photo where you were during that time?
Ungakwazi ukusibonisa okokuba kulo mfanekiso ukuphi nendawo wena
When the shooting was taking place?
esha kudutshula.
Ngeke ndikubonise uba le nto le ayibonakalisi kakuhle le.
I am unable to show you, sir, because this is not very clear.
Okay. And are you When you were in the small copy, did you experience water cannons?
Ngelixesha niphaya kule ntaba incinci wabona ikanono ezo zamanzi.
Zazikhwetha abantu ngamanzi ziphinde futhi udutyulwe.
They were spraying water on people, and at the same time there was also shooting.
Were you, Mr. Pasha, sprayed with water?
Bakuthela nangamanzi nawe Mhlekazi Pasha.
Mna zange ndide ndiwafumane amanzi bandandisecaleni kule ndawo kuthelwa kuyo amanzi.
No, I did not, because I was on the other side, on the side of where the people were that were being sprayed.
Okay. Look at that photo. On the left-hand side, it's a water cannon with pure water, and on the right-hand side, it's a water cannon with blue or green water.
Asijonga le mfanekiso apha nantsi enye uthi le khupha amanzi amhlophe yabona. Esekuba khona kwelidala asemntla ebetha amanzi aluhlaza kwesibhakabhaka.
Injalo le
is
nto
so.
ndiyibona apha.
This is
Le yayisenzeka phaa kulaa ntaba incinci.
what I saw happening on the small copy.
Yes, what I want to know is when you were hiding there in the small copy, what color of water from the cannon did you see?
Elixesha uzimele phaya kule ntaba encinci. Umbala wamanzi owabona wena ikhushwa zi-water cannons eziwawunjani.
Wawuluhlaza omnye umhlophe.
White and also blue.
Oh, you saw both.
Kona yombili.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any of those people that you saw being shot, do you know whether they survived or did they go to hospital?
Aba bantu wababona bedutyulwa ke kho owaziyo okokuba wagqibezela esibhedlela ikanene kwenzeka ntoni ngabo.
Andiva ndiphinde.
Just repeat the question, sir.
Okay, yeah, I think I put it in a clumsy way.
Ewe uyavuma ummeli ukuba ayindibekanga kakuhle.
The people that you saw being shot, do you
Aba
know
bantu.
whether they are dead or whether they were taken to hospital, whether they survived?
Aba bantu wabona bedutyulwa ngamapolisa kukho owaziyo ukuba basweleka ikanene bagqibe besesibhedlela ukuba baphila.
Andinokwazi ekuphileni kwabo nongaphilanga nophilileyo.
I
Ngoba
wouldn't
nam
know.
ndandidliwa zintlungu ndimamela intlungu zam.
I was suffering pains, and at that time I was experiencing terrible pain. Whether those people, amongst them, there are those who died or survived, I would not be able to say.
Okay, and how did you get to get into an ambulance? How did you, can you explain how you got from your hiding place and to get to an ambulance?
Ngoku ke wawuzimele phaya kusenzeka lento ubuzwa kokuba ugqibele use-ambulanceni kanjani uze kanjani ukuba ube phakathi kwe-ambulance.
Ndaphuma phakathi kwamatye phaya ndahamba ndawulala kweya ndawo kuleliwe kuyo ngabasebenzi abalalisiweyo abatshovelwa phi kwihephu bebanjwa. Nam ndandikolo didi lokuba ndibanjwe ntona qha ndancedwa lipolisa elathi masiphume thina silimele kakhulu siye siyobhanditshwa
What
siye
happened?
esibhedlela.
What happened is I left the rocks where I was hiding, went to lie amongst the people that were being made to lie there. This is the people who were being arrested and put into nyalas. I was assisted by a policeman who realized that I was amongst the seriously injured. He said those should come one side so that they could be taken to hospital.
Okay, one last question.
Buzo gqibela ngoku.
You say in paragraph 14, when you described your shooting, I'm going to read the last sentence. You say, I thought I must have been shot from one of the helicopters.
Uthi kwi-statement sakho wawucinga okokuba udutyulwe phezulu imbumbulu yayivela kwi-helicopter.
Why?
Ngokwe-
Okay, explain.
ngokwengozi lilapha kum ndacinga njalo.
Looking at the injury, that's what made me think so. looking at the injury on my foot.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Kube lapha ke,
Mr.
Mhlekazi.
Semenya, are you now in
Zapilo?
position to
ndingafaki
commence your cross-examination?
ndingake ndifake igama.
Can I just add one more thing, Mr. Chairperson?
Mr. Chair, the witness wants to explain something.
Yes, he may do so.
Bendicela uba ndingake ndiyiveze nale ndawo ukuba kuyafuneka uthetha ngento ebonakalayo ndingathethi ndibumbile kanti ndiyadliwa zintlungu ndifuna ukuyiveza le ndawo niyibone.
Mr. Chairperson, I have this request that I've been talking about this injury which nobody has seen. I suffered terrible pain. Do I have the permission to display this before the commission?
Yeah.
Mr. Semenya, did you have any reaction to the request that he's made?
No, I have no objection, Chair.
I'm Mhlekazi Siminye akanangxaki ngalona.
Mr. Mpofu, he's your witness.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Yes, no, I don't have any objection. On the contrary, I would support it, Chairperson. I've found that the victims that I've consulted with really do feel a need to show the Commission some of the injuries. So if there's no objection, then I'm indebted to my colleagues. I would request the Commission to indulge the witness.
In the case of the previous witness, he showed us his injury in chambers.
Uthi uMhlekazi uMpofu uyibonile lento ababantu abamele okokuba nyani baphatheke kakubi ngomonzakalo abanawo bayathanda okokuba iCommission leyibona
We'll
ukuba
extend the
yintoni
same
kanye
courtesy
labathetha
to him,
ngayo.
and during the tea adjournment, which we'll be taking in 10 minutes' time, he can come to chambers accompanied by you, and he can show us the injury.
Okay, Chairperson, yeah. But I need to register that they want it to show it here.
Uthi ke uMhlekazi uyavumelana nomgcinisihlalo okokuba uzakuzisa phaya eoffice yabo bayobona bengafuna ukuba iveza phezilangalaleni. Kodwa ke uthi uMhlekazi uMpofu ngentetho ayive kwaba bantu abamele bafuna okokuba wonke umuntu abone le menzakalo
All
abanayo.
right, if you insist, Mr. Mpofu, I had thought that there were elements of personal dignity and privacy and so on that would operate in the case of the previous witness, but if he wants to show it,
Yes, Chair, I can confirm
that
that
as you assure us,
he would waive
then
that.
he may do so.
Thank you, Chair.
Uthi ke uMhlekazi uMpofu hayi uyathanda okokuba ungaveza kubona wonke umuntu okokuba lo monzakalo othetha ngawo wabuhlungu kangaka unjani.
Ndikhulule ndigqibile.
If someone has a camera, perhaps they could, I'm not referring to, is there someone with a camera who could take a photograph which we could then have as an exhibit so that those who have the unfortunate task of reading the record at some later stage will understand what exactly it was that we saw.
Yes, Chairperson, if there's no journalist who can help us, then I'm sure one of my attorneys can do so.
Kukho
Someone is handing you a camera.
Ophethe
Can I
camera
appoint you a
ozothatha
photographer in chief to take a
umfanekiso.
photograph of what we're going to be seeing, going to see?
uzawuthatha umfanekiso walo menzakalo walendoda
I found a deputy.
ukuze sikwazi okokuba emva kwexesha siwukhulise kube yinto ebonakalayo.
The sort of camera that can tell us whether the proper pictures were taken. No, that's all right. So we have decent pictures which can be handed as an exhibit later, so that there will be a pictorial record of what he'd shown. Yeah. Right, thank you.
nansi le ndoda ithetha imfanekiso kuzothemba kwexesha
Thank
ke
you very much, Chairperson.
ikhuliswe izawusetyenziswa njengobungqina njengoba elingqina belibonisa uchairman okokuba kwenzakele kanjani.
Chairperson, we will arrange that the pictures are emailed to Ms. Pillay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
uthi bazozithumela nge-email kumama upilay.
ndiyabulela ngokuyibona ingozi yami.
Thank Mr. Chairperson for allowing to see the injury.
Chair, for the purposes of the record, we should mark that photograph as triple D5, I think then.
I thought that at least 3 pictures were taken, so it'll be triple D5 dot 1, 2 and 3.
That's great.
Mfanekiso lena ke izawunikwa inumber apha exhibit DDD 5, 1, 2 and 3. Izawukhuliswa.
We describe them as photographs of the witness's injury. Thank you. Are you now able to commence your cross-examination, Mr. Semenya?
I am, Chair. Thank you. Mr. Patsa, the last time we spoke, there were pictures of naked men on the copy. You remember that?
Uzawukhumbula mhlekazi xa sigqibela ukuthetha mna nawe kwakukho imfanekiso yabantu yayivelile phaya abantu beze. Uyakhumbula loo nto?
ndiyayikhumbula.
I remember that. Yes.
Who you said were washing on the copy? Who you said were washing on the copy?
Sithi ke wena incazelo yakho behlamba la madoda phaya entabeni.
benditshilo.
I said so, yes.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Ngexesha le hour esine emva kwedini.
ngokuba umuntu xa ehlamba akahlambi ngexesha andithi umuntu xa ehlamba uhlamba ngexesha acinge ngalo.
Let me say,
yena
if a person wants to wash, he decides when, what time he wants to wash.
And this once decided at the same time a group of 50 odd men naked at 4 o'clock washing on the copy.
Uthi aba bantu bayacinga ke bangamashumi amahlanu bacinga ngexesha elilodwa kuba masiyohlamba ngoku ngo-4 emva kwedini.
andinawukwazi ke inhliziyo zabantu azifani.
I would not know. People don't have the same kind of hearts.
Okay, let's leave the hearts alone now.
Siyeke inhliziyo.
Did you see a tap on the copy?
Kwakukho impompo yamanzi apha entabeni, wayibona?
kwakungekho mpompo yamanzi kuba asina watch house.
No, there was no tap there because we don't have a wash house, a house for washing.
Any buckets?
Kwakukho amabhakethi abekhona anamanzi.
ndandibona ekhona amabhakethi uba kuthunyelwa abantu emikhukhweni uba mabokha amanzi
There were
uzokwazi
buckets.
ukuhlamba abantu abalele pha.
Yes, there were buckets there. People were being sent to the Shek settlement to go and get water for people to wash people that had slept over at the mountain.
Did you sleep over the mountain at any stage yourself?
Wena ngokwakho kwakho imini apho ulala khona pha entabeni.
bendingalali entabeni uba umkhukhu wam ulapha eVenerkop.
No, I did not sleep on the mountain because my shack is there at Vonorkop.
Do you know of people who slept on the mountain?
Kukho baziyo babelala pha entabeni.
abaphi ke
Which people are you referring to?
The ones you are referring to.
Abuthetha ngabo bebalala entabeni.
abekho endibaziyo abantu babelala phaya ndingabazi amagama babo bani futhi nasefesini zange ndijonge umuntu uba lo ngubani.
People were sleeping on the mountain, though I did not know who it is. I didn't even look at their faces to say who is this and who is that.
Do you know why people were sleeping on the mountain?
Ngoku babesenza intoni babalale pha entabeni? We ask.
andazi uba babelalelani.
I don't know why they slept there.
Did they sleep with their weapons on the mountain?
Bebalala phaya bephethe izixhobo zabo entabeni.
kunoba kunjalo kuba mna ndandingekho phakathi kwabo qabelele.
It can be so because I'm unable to say I wasn't amongst them as they were sleeping there.
And they were sleeping on the small copy, right?
Lintaba bebalala kuyo ilincinci. Kunjalo?
Njengoba intaba zimbini pha andibazi uba babelala kweyiphi kuba mna ndandifika sebevukile.
There are 2 copies there. I wouldn't be able to say which one they really used for sleeping because when I arrived there, people had been awake already.
I want to show you post-mortem photographs of Mambush.
Ukubonisa apha umfanekiso
No, any of Mr. Noki's,
owathathwa
relatives or loved ones
ngoqhaqho
present.
lesidumbu likaMambush.
if they are, I would suggest that they leave the room. We have to take the tea adjournment now anyway. When we resume, post-mortem photographs of Mr. Noki will be shown. And if there are relatives or loved ones of him, they may find looking at these photographs a very distressing and hurtful experience. And I would suggest that they do not return to the auditorium until after those photographs have been shown.
Sizawuya etiyeni ngokuma wethu kodwa ke nanku umyalezo okhona manimamele kuqala. Kuthiwa sathi xa sibuya etiyeni kubekho imifanekiso ezawukhonjiswa apha, umfanekiso engemhle noko, umfanekiso woqhaqho lesidumbu sikamhlekazi uMambush. Besicela kokuba izihlobo zakhe zalamane nabanye abangeke bakwazi ukujonga le intliziyo bangangeni xa sibuya etiyeni kudeske kuboniswe le mfanekiso. Enkosi.
He's complaining about our shots.
Excuse. Okay.
So I don't know if you can...
Yeah, I'm taking out this thing. I thought it would work much better because it's very going to get this player.
Yeah, that's the issue.
No.
It's slanting like this.
Slant.
So it's like the table is going to fall.
Oh,
Do you have one?
okay, let me check. The problem is I didn't know who was I don't know.
This guy. Yeah, but she's saying if we're having problems with the padding, we'd rather just stay with the windows.
Oh, okay, but that's what I changed.
Yeah, so let us do that. So I said to her, we'll reread, give her a shot so that she can see if she's
Yeah, because I was not sure of this.
Yeah, and then she's saying in terms of shots there, we'll try to get close-ups of the monitor. See if anything should show there. Yeah, so I said to her, we'll check with her just before 2. She'll try to see.
Yeah, let me go and check the spirit. Sorry, because you see this place is too small. Why don't you have a spirit?
Everything was all up on Google Maps.
Anyway, talk to us about it. That's why this is for you to see, because you'll see there are already 8 brigade generals in Scott. That's fine. So what I'm asking you to see, what thing about you want to but okay, we will discuss it. But I can't give you it's an invention. It'll be an invention. We will see this. But we can't give a date because we don't know when. Even say to me when will Annandale start. And I think Wednesday, maybe Thursday. How long this week? Yes. How long will Annandale last? 4 days, 10 days, 20 days. Who knows? No, but I mean, if given the seriousness of his evidence,
I think he was just the stage he was just.
you may not agree with me.
But usually, yeah, but you. It's much easier to
But the parties, all the other parties agree.
guys won't be asking questions. I think so.
No, they should be done from now.
Okay.
There will be some men on now and then
Yeah. Yeah, this position is fine.
bonds.
These guys and that guy.
But it's done.
Yeah, he's done. Okay. No, thank you. Yeah, but I think if we need to know whether
This
he,
guy, but
yeah, actually do we have 10 this way, then, you know, so it has to be,
no, because now shit like this, you get these guys.
yeah, in front. But for now, if it's the witness, yeah, then we'll be fine. Because this is the original position. So you see how
No, I understand what you're saying. Spreader opens the front.
and now you don't have a spreader, you pull like this.
I don't actually understand. If you said this is what you said, then do you confront him and read him and say that's what you said? Okay. What's the story there? Frike? Frike, what's the story?
Yeah, I'm happy. No, I think it's because of, you know, the movement. But hey, came in this side. This guy was asking questions and I was more on this side. And I was like looking for this and only to find that it's the opposite direction.
It's so obvious to us all.
No, I just came in.
We needed you. You would have had a scoop.
She has my number. What's her number? Well, she has my number.
Okay, I have your WhatsApp number. In the finding. Okay.
I think with that, she has my own. She says,
Well, okay, ja, want ek dink hy het ook 'n ander nommer intussen, maar so ek gaan net vir Steve en guys. Okay, sharp. Okay.
is she valid?
Ja.
Okay.
Your number again?
198. Yeah, because I had some calls that I did,
Oh, okay, yeah, she said she did try to.
but it wasn't silent.
Yeah, so I said she must just basically what is specific that she wants.
Because look at this message. Because what I was trying to do was trying to get the conversation between she did to me. Honestly, I really don't know what is it. Wondering, I have no idea. Because I have an idea what's going on here, so I'm trying to follow up. Huh?
Take a little bit of time.
Do you, yeah, because, no, I'm familiar with this. It's just that when that person talks, you need to see his reaction. And the person who asks a question, and then you've got to get that thing there, you know, the slide. Because, why doesn't she call? Because I don't have the
Masi mengenya uyaqala commission.
Commission will resume. You're still under oath, Mr. Fatsha. Mr. Semenya?
Sephansi kwesifungo ngokaphasha kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Patra, I have placed before you photographs, 3 of them, which 4 of them rather, which I think our most competent, Ms. Pillay, will call it triple D 6124.
What are they, Mr. Semenya?
They are post-mortem photographs of Mr. Noki.
Beke imfanekiso emithathu apha phambi kwakho.
4.
Emine imfanekiso yo ngasekhoyo umhlekazi uMambu.
Do you see the body cuttings that appear on those photographs?
Uyayibona imenzakalo ekhona kule mfanekiso?
Oh, ndiyayibona.
I see on the very first one.
Do you recognize that to be a ritual incision?
Uyabona apha lento apho kusikwa khona amaxhele xa uzawufaka inantsika. Xa umuntu uzofakwa, yes. Uxabula. Pula.
Yes.
I know that, yes.
Do you recognize it as that?
Uyayibona okokuba yiyo le nto.
Ndiyayibona.
I can see it, yes.
No, I know you can see it. We can all see it. I'm asking you, do you recognize this as a a ritual incision.
Uvumelana nayo kokuba ilento eyenziwa xa kwenziwa la masiko kaphula.
ngokuba umuntu xa eqaphula uyazazi uqaphulela ntoni yena.
If a person does that kind of cutting for the ritual, only that person would know why he is doing it.
The question is, the question doesn't concern the reason why those marks were there. The question is, do you recognize the marks you see on the photograph as ritual incisions? Is that correct? That's the question. Please answer that question.
Umbuzo akusi isizathu mfokabawo. Buza nje kokuba wena uyayibona lento kokuba iyo lento ekuthethwa ngayo okucaphula xa kuzawufakwa amayeza. Melana nalo.
Ewe.
Yes, I do.
So to on triple D 6.2, the second photograph.
Kuba khona nalo mfanekiso wesibini apho ivele khona lento uyayibona?
Yayibona.
I can see it.
So to the following one, triple D 6.3, correct?
Nalo mnye olandelayo umfanekiso nawo unazo ezi zinto. Uyayibona?
Yabona.
I can see it.
They are the same type of ritual incisions we are talking about, correct?
Andithi ilo msiko apho kusika khona njengoba kubonakala kule eminye kwenziwa lento yokucaphula.
Yayibona.
I can see it, yes.
I know you can see it. Do you accept those are ritual incisions?
Uyayamkela kokuba kwakwenziwa loo nto apha.
Kweyiphi indawo?
Where exactly, say?
On the photograph.
Njengoba ivele apha kumfanekiso.
Ndiyayibona.
I see.
You accept it as ritual incisions?
Uyayamkela kokuba kusikwa kanjena xa kwenziwa lento yokucaphula.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
There will also be evidence of such similar incisions on the post-mortem findings of at least 17 others who passed on.
Kukho ubungqina ke obuzawuvela kogqirha kokuba 17 yabanye abantu phaya abasiwa phaya banale ezi zinto emzimbeni yabo bonke.
Andinobazi mina uba ndiyenzi mina laa nto.
I would not know because I don't do this.
You sure?
Nyanisile uyenzeni?
Ndinyanisile andiyenzi loo nto.
I am certain I don't do this.
My information is that you have those incisions on your chest. Do you want to show your chest to the commissioners?
Ndive kuthiwa unazo zivelile apha esifubeni. Ngamkhombisa ucommissioner isifuba sakho.
Xa ndiqaphula ndisazi uba kukhona indawo endithuthumbelayo mhlawumbi ori namaxa ndirhawuzelelwa ngumzimba wam ndiyaqaphula.
I do that kapula, this cutting, only if I have some problem, my body aching, itching, and so on. I do that.
Do you take this commission seriously?
That question. Do we understand then that you have such incisions on your chest?
Ndiva ukuthi unazo apha esifubeni izinto ezinjengezi. Kaphulile apha esifubeni.
You can tell us why you put them there. Why you have them there. Do you have such marks?
Kukurhawuzelelwa ngumzimba. Xa ndirhawuzelelwa ngumzimba ndiyalikhupha igazi.
I do
emzimbeni wam.
Have these incisions on my body being done, but only because my body is itching.
Sorry, you said something about blood?
Said I take blood out.
Mr. Pacha, do you take this commission seriously?
Fekazi uthi le commission nyani uyithatha ingqalelo uyithatha njengento ebalekile.
Ibalulekile kuba sendilapha.
Very important because I'm here, yes.
And you recall you asked to speak, you are under oath and you must tell us the truth.
Uyayiqonda nento yokuba ufungile apha ukuba uzawuthetha inyaniso yodwa.
Ndithetha inyaniso nangoku.
It is the truth that I'm speaking as of now.
So what were you telling us, that you don't do these things because you're a Christian?
Intoni ubusixelela uba wena uzenze ezi zinto njengoba ungumntu othandazayo, umKrestu?
Kungoku yandandizenza kuba ndingekangeni kwicala lenkonzo.
I did them that time before I got involved in church activities in Christianity.
Why did you tell us you don't do these things because you're a Christian, Mr. Patson?
He says he did this before he became a Christian. That's how I understand his argument. So I take what he means is, now that he's a Christian, he doesn't do it. But he may well have done things in the past before he was a Christian. So I don't think the question you're asking is a fair elaboration on the answer he gave. Perhaps you can reformulate it and avoid that difficulty.
Mr. Patson, when did you take your Christian?
Wawuzenza mhlawumbeni ngeliya xesha ungabi ngumKrestu awusazenze ngoku njengoba usungumuntu wecawa.
Kunjalo.
I confirm that.
Mr. Patson, when did you become a Christian?
Uphenduke nini ke waba ngumKrestu Phasha?
Ndisandula kungena enkonzweni kodwa ke ndisandula kungena enkonzweni ndingene sele sendingazenzi ezo zinto ezo.
It's not so long ago that I've been into the church, but when I went to church, I had already stopped doing those rituals.
What do you mean by not very long ago?
I would say,
was it after the shooting at Marikana that you became a Christian?
At the time of the shooting, I wasn't doing those things anymore.
When, more or less, did you become a Christian, Mr. Patson?
Andinawuzazi inyanga kuba ngoku nazo zandifaka ezinyangeni kanti inyanga ndizozazi uba ndingene nini.
The months, I would not be able to say that because you're going to ask me about months and I'll get confused.
10 years ago?
Nyaka ingaba lishumi ngoku ungumKrestu?
Ngamandla.
Yes, very much.
Do you remember just now, you were telling us that you do these things when you want to take blood out?
Uyakhumbula khona ngoku yewathi kuthi xa urhawuzela ngomzimba uyalikhupha igazi uyazenza ezinto zokucaphula.
When you are feeling unwell?
Hayi ngoku sendisenkonzweni.
Not now that I'm a member of the church.
Do you recall you have just told us now when you're not feeling well and you want to take blood out, that's what you do?
Andithi busithe xa usiva umzimba urhawuzela noma kukho into ethize engalunganga uyayenza loo nto.
Ngokuba ndazinikela enkonzweni ayisenzeki loo nto.
But since I became a member of the church, that does not happen anymore.
Do you recall that answer?
Uyayikhumbula loo mpendulo oyinikile?
Ndinikwa ngubani?
Who gave me that answer?
You recall you gave us that answer, Mr. Patson.
Uthi uyakhumbula uba wena nguwe uyaphendula ngolo hlobo. Hlekazi Phasha.
Ngokuthini ukuphendula?
What was my answer again, sir?
Yeah, you said, I take blood out. You didn't say, I used to take blood out. You said, I take blood out using the present tense. That's what comes.
Wena Phasha. Ndiva ukurhawuzela kwegazi ndiyalikhupha igazi awuzange ukuba ndandilikhupha xa ndiva ukurhawuzela kwegazi.
Intetha ephume kuwe khangeze kakuhle yiyo lento ndithethe kanjalo.
That was a question coming from counsel that was confusing. That is why I gave that answer.
How was my question confusing you?
Uye wakuxaka kanjani kumbuzo lona? Intetha yakhe.
ndithe mna
I said,
umzimba wami xa urhawuzela
when my body itches,
ndiya ndiqaphule
I do the kapula ritual.
Yes.
Ewe,
And you are repeating that, correct?
uyayiphinda ngoku loo ntetho.
ndithi
I say,
into ezinjalo ndaziyeka kuba sendingasenkolweni.
but I have left those things now because I am now a member of the church.
So your body no longer itches.
Awusarhawuzela umzimba wakho ngoku.
Ngokuba sendiphakathi kwenkolo.
Because I am now a Christian.
Your body no longer itches.
Awusarhawuzela?
Awusarhawuzeli ngoku.
No, not now.
Not in the past 10 years.
Kwiminyaka elishumi egqithileyo ayikabi nayo loo nto.
Andikabi nayo.
I haven't had it.
So why do you tell us you do it when your body itches?
Yintoni ke ngoku uthe xa uphendula wathi ndiyenza loo nto xa urhawuzela umzimba wami?
Ilwimi liba lifutshane lingabi lide xa ubuzwa umbuzo.
When a person is being
uqeshekile.
asked questions and under pressure, the answers, the tongue, he says, becomes short instead of being quite long.
Just repeat that for me.
Khawuphinde le ntetho.
Ndithi ilwimi liba lifutshane xa uqeshwe ngombuzo ungaqalanga usabele kakuhle.
I say the tongue becomes short when one is under cross-examinations, being asked questions, and not given a chance to expatiate.
So when the tongue is short, you tell us things that are incorrect.
Ngoku xa lulufutshane ulimi ke usixelela izinto ezingeyona inyani ezingenjalo.
Into enyani endikuxelela yona yile yokuba umzimba wami awusarhawuzeli kusukela ndangena kwicala lenkolo.
The truth I am telling you, sir, is the following, that my body does not give that problem of itching since I became a member of the church.
Well, I'm going to argue at the end that you're not truthful in that departure.
Uthi ke umhlekazi uzawubeka apha kwikomishoni egqibeleni okokuba le nto ubuyithetha umhlekazi akuyonyani.
Andinawuyazi ke uba ayonyani kodwa mna bendizijonga uba yinyani le ndiyithethayo uba umzimba wami awusarhawuzeli kusukela ndangena kwicala lenkolo.
I don't know what it is that you will be saying, but the truth of the matter is, it is true that my body does not itch since I went into church.
Your body has not been itching more than 10 years now.
Uthi sekugqithe iminyaka engaba lishumi ngoku ungasarhawuzela umzimba wakho.
Nangoku.
Even now, yes.
So you never had to take blood out. So you have never had reason to take a blood out.
Wangabi ke kho sizathu kule minyaka elishumi kokuba ukhuphe igazi. Awuzange ube naso isizathu kule minyaka elishumi uba usike igazi, ukhuphe igazi.
Hayi.
No.
You know that medically we can tell the age of a wound, Mr. Pacha.
Uyazi ke mhlekazi okokuba bayakwazi okokuba babone elinxeba noma lo msiko okokuba usunexesha elingakanani ke aba abazi ezemithi.
Awuphinde niva?
Just repeat the question, sir.
You know that scientifically we are able to date a scar.
Uthi inzululwazi ziyakwazi okokuba xa zilijongile inxeba noma apho kusikwe khona bakwazi ukubona okokuba selixesha elingakanani kukhono lo monzakalo noma okusiko.
Yeyiphi le nzululwazi?
Where does that expert come from?
And it would be possible.
He's asked you a question. He says, where does that expert come from? You can't just ignore his question. I'll deal with it.
Chair, I've never spoken about an expert.
Scientifically, the age of wounds can be ascertained. So he then asked you, where does that expert, i.e. the expert who can ascertain the age of a wound, come from? I wouldn't have thought you'd have difficulty answering the question, but it might help if you answered it and then we can carry on. Otherwise, he'll raise the question again and again. And you would say, repeat the question, then we're back where we were on Friday when you weren't here.
An expert who is qualified in medicine, any respectable university, anywhere in the world, who would know how to date a scar.
Uthi ke inzulwazi ezininzi siphuma kuma university kuwo wonke umhlaba lona abantu abanamava ngento enjengaleyo ononongwa nokujongwa kwamanxeba nemenzakalo.
Sorry, before the answer, maybe Mr. Semenya would favor us with the specific designation of such a scientist.
He's entitled to give a general answer about that. I don't think you can ask that. The point is, he says any qualified person from any reputable university, a doctor, will be able to do that. You may not agree, that's what he's putting.
Well, that's what I'm questioning. Is that a fact?
It's a scientific fact.
Or is that what his expert is going to say?
Would you have any, in view of the fact that you've shown us the injury you sustained on the 16th of August, would you have any objection to, if Mr. Semenya were to ask you to submit to an examination by a doctor nominated by him to look at these marks on your chest to tell us whether they are 10 years old or were sustained far more recently?
Chairperson, I'll stop the witness from answering that question. You can only answer that once he has been advised. I don't think it's fair to ask the witness directly on a matter where he might need legal advice.
What does he need legal advice about? It's not a legal question. The question is whether he's prepared to allow that.
Well, if he's going to waive his privacy, that's a very legal question.
He's already waived his privilege with respect to his foot.
Well, that's also a legal question. The fact that he has already waived it and therefore he might waive it again is a legal question. It might be, it might not be. That's the exact legal question I'm talking about. He's entitled to get legal advice on legal issues.
It's not exactly a legal issue, it's a question of whether he's prepared, whether he has a right to refuse. Well, let me put it differently. You have the right to refuse to be examined. I can't order that you be examined if you are unwilling.
Ubethu umhlekazi uSiminya xa engakuthumela kogqirha bayojonga apha emzimbeni okokuba lezi apho usike khona apho kucaphula khona sekugqithile na iminyaka elishumi yenzekile leyo nto noma yenzeke ngoku uzawuvuma yini kanene uzokwala mandichazele okokuba ummeli okumele umpofu uthi unegunya lokokuba ungayivumi loo nto.
That's why I phrased the question the way I did. What would your attitude be if Mr. Semenya were to ask for you to be, if you were prepared to be examined by a doctor in an attempt to ascertain when the incision marks on your chest were sustained?
Xa umhlekazi uSiminya ezawucela okokuba uthunyelwe kugqirha ayojonga apha esifubeni okokuba ezi msiko okhona okucaphula kunexesha elingakanani uyavuma yini ukuya ikanene awuvumi?
Andinawuvuma ukuya kugqirha kuba
I would not allow to be taken. I'm not allowed to be taken to a doctor, Mr. Chairperson, because I only go to a doctor when I'm sick. I am presently not at all sick.
So you would not want to validate that you're a truthful witness?
Ngamanye amazwi ke awunawuvuma okokuba kuyawujonga okokuba ulingqina eliyinenyaniso.
Awuphinde.
Just repeat the question, sir.
You are unwilling to have yourself examined, even if only to validate that you're a truthful witness on this point.
Awuvumi okokuba uyohlola ngugqirha ozawuza atsho okokuba unyanisile le misiko yakudala noma isanda kwenzeka ngoku kubonakala okokuba inyani lobuyithetha apha.
So that when you tell us you sure police shoot people, we can begin to believe you.
Sizokwazi okokuba hayi le elingcina linenyaniso xa usixela uba amapolisa adubula abantu sikwazi ukuyikholelwa ke loo nto.
kungoba amapolisa njengoba edubula abantu niyakholelwa badubule.
As it is, the police did shoot people. Do you believe that they shot these people?
I want to believe you, but you're not giving me the opportunity.
Ndifuna ukuyikholela le nto itshoyo mhlekazi kodwa ke kuyabonakala okokuba awuthethi inyaniso
And I
ephele.
will believe you that you are truthful on this point if you submit to medical examination.
Ndiza kuyikholela okokuba le nto ithethayo iyinyaniso xa ungavuma okokuba sikuthumele phaya kudokta ayokwenza olophonono.
Andinawuvuma ukuba ndiye kugqirha kuba ugqirha andithi xa ndisenza into ndihambe ndiyoqala ugqirha ndiya kugqirha xa ndigula.
I will not allow to go to a doctor because I don't go to a doctor before I do things. The only time I go to a doctor is when I am ill.
And I'm going to argue that your refusal is simply because you are afraid you will be shown to be a liar on this point.
Uthi ke isizathu esenza ukuba ungayivumi le nto yokuba uyobona ugqirha okokuba le nto ithethayo kayiyonyani buxoki.
Isizathu sokuba ndingavumi ukuya kugqirha yile nto uba ndidutyulwe kungaqalanga ugqirha uba sodubula abantu ngoku.
The reason I am refusing to go to a doctor is that a doctor's permission was not sought before they shoot us. They didn't go to a doctor to say, now we are going to shoot people.
I can't see the connection there, Mr. Pacha.
Question is,
I can't see the connection with the shooting and the police and the doctor.
uthi ke azihambelani izinto mfondini. Le nto yokudutyulwa ngamapolisa nale nto yokuya kugqirha azihambelani, uphendula uthini apho?
Kungoba ndidutyulwe.
Because I was shot at.
Okay, I want to go with you, Mr. Pacha, and tell you what the group of Mambush was doing, which you were part of.
Izawuqhubeka ke mhlekazi ndikuxelele okokuba eli qela likaMambush lalisenza ntoni wena ke ungomnye walo.
The commission will hear from a witness. For now, I will call him Mr. X.
Ukho ingqini endizakulibiza apha, ndizawulibiza kwangoku Mr. X.
He was also part of your group, the Mambush group.
Engomnye ke kwaba nani nabo, engomnye weqela likaMambush. Mr. X.
Okay. He will tell the commission that on the 11th of August 2012, the group with which you were part that went to the NUM offices.
Uthi uzawuxela ukuba ngomhla ka-11 ku-August kulo nyaka eli qela lalisiya phaya ofisini ze-NUM wayengomnye walo.
You remember you were part of that group?
Uyakhumbula na ubukhona kwelo qela?
Bendisemva.
I was at the back.
I like it when you're at the back with Mambush group.
Ithanda noko le nto ukuba wawumsemva phaya kwigroup kaMambush.
It doesn't help to make comments. You just ask questions. I've already pulled people up for making sarcastic comments. If I do it to them, I've got to do it to you too. So just carry on with the question.
You remember the group where you were at the back of?
Uyakhumbula eli qela wena wawusiza emva kulo.
Kwiqela endisemva kulo.
The group that I was
Andilikhumbuleli ukuba andilazi ntona qha ndandisemxokozini wabantu abahambayo.
I was in the middle of people who were moving there. I did not look see the people in order to know and recognize them.
Just refresh my memory. What was the group going to do, your Mambush group going to do?
Awusikhumbuze ke mfoka bawo yayiyokwenzani le group kaMambush?
At the
Chairperson,
NUM
I'm
offices?
sorry, Chairperson. Has it even been established that Mambush was there? How can it be called a Mambush group on the 11th? When no basis is...
Same point. Perhaps Mr. Semenya can reformulate the question.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Deal with that.
Ukuba kuza akuvelanga umnqina bokokuba uMambush wayelapho ngokwasikwazi ukubabiza ngeqela likaMambush.
Chair, I don't know whether Mr. Mpofu appreciates that this is the evidence of a
No, I
witness.
understand. No, you were perfectly entitled to say Mr. X says that Mambush went with the group or was part of a group. But I understood you then to put a question which was more a statement of fact. The witness, you were part of a Mambush group, words to that effect. That's why I suggested you reformulate the question. No problem with your putting what you were putting as part of what Mr. X said. But sometimes if you say something which looks as if you're departing from what Mr. X said and just putting statements of fact to the witness, then Mr. Mpofu will object. I don't want him to object. I just want you to carry on with putting your case to the witness.
Mr. Pasha, just accept, I am going to be telling you what Mr. X will say, that is part of the Mambush group, and I know there were times when you associated yourself with this group.
Ndizoxela ukuba ulo Mr. X uzawuthini ngeli qela likaMambush owawungomnye wabo nawe uvumelana nento eyayenziwa apha.
So that's the context within which we are going to be discussing with you now.
Le nto enzoyithetha nawe kwangoku ke.
Okay?
Yandilapha. Yayiva loo ntetho yakhe.
Ndifuna ukwazi lo X.
I want to know this X.
And I'm afraid you can't now, Mr. Pasha. Let's move forward.
Ayasinaxela ngoku umhlekazi Pasha uzawubizwa. Masiqhubeke.
Kutheni ningaxelelwa?
Why can't you tell me?
Because I want his safety to be protected.
Ngoba ndifuna okokuba lo muntu ahlale akhuselekile ngalo lonke ixesha.
Now can we proceed?
Singaqhubeka ke mfoka baba.
Inyani mayibe ikhona xa kunjalo?
Is there then any truth in that? If that is the position?
You can ask counsel that question. He's putting to his case. He says that he has a witness who will come and give evidence before this commission. He's not prepared at this stage to say who the witness is in order to protect the witness. But he's telling you he has a witness, and he's putting to you what the witness says. If you disagree with what it is said the witness will say, then you can say so. But you don't have to ask at this stage what the witness's name is in order to answer whether what the witness says is true or untrue.
Mamela ke mfoka bawo uthi umgcini isihlalo ungabuzi ngokuba ngubani lo elinqina ngoba useveziwe okokuba elinqina lidinga okokuba likhusele ngakho nje alinawuvezwa ke igama lakhe. Ubuzwa nje imibuzo ethi elinqina lizawufika apha phambi kwekomishini lithethe ukuba lento nalento nalento xa ungavumelana naloo nto wena utsho kanjalo wena xa uvumelana nayo utsho kanjalo. Yeva mhloba.
Awuphinda ndivanga.
The interpreter would repeat this again. Uthi umhlekazi apha. Umhlekazi uSiminya uthi elinqini lizawubizwa apha lizosixela okokuba kwakuthiwani kweli qela likaMambush owawungomnye wabo nawe kulo. Uthi ke umhlekazi uSiminya akanakuliveza igama lalo kwangoku ngoba efuna okokuba elinqina lihlale likhuselekile ngalo lonke ixesha. Uthi ke umgcini silinga phambili wena uphendule nje leyo mbuzo kokuba uyavumelana naloo nto okanye awuvumelani nayo ezawuthethwa elinqina.
Chairperson, much as you don't want me to object, I also don't want to object. But
I want you to have reason to object.
yes. Thank you, Chairperson. I also don't want to even have reason to object. But, Chairperson, on the statement of Mr. X, at least the version that we have, there is no mention of Mambush as being
understand that. I'm not sure that's the basis for rejection. Mr. Semenya presumably will explain to us
Okay,
where he gets the
accept
extra information
that
from.
maybe from a consultation outside the statement. Yeah,
I would think so.
Mhlekazi uMpofu uveza okokuba unaso esi statement sika-X akukho apho sithetha khona ngokuthi uMambush nguye wayekhona apho siyethemba okokuba uMhlekazi uSiminya uza kuyiveza leyo nto ibeka kanjani ngolu hlobo.
You can accept that the evidence will be that Mambush was one of the committee members appointed to lead this group.
Ungayamkela intetho yokokuba uMambush wangomnye wabantu babekhethiwe phaya okokuba babenga zinkokheli zaleli qela.
So I'm talking about that group to which you were a member.
Eli qela ndithetha ngalo ke Mhlekazi iqela wena owawukhona kulo.
Now, just to refresh my memory,
awundikhumbuze apha ke.
what was this group going to do to the NUM offices?
Chair,
Intoni yayokwenziwa eli qela phaya eofisini le-NUM?
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt my learned friend,
You don't sound very penitent. Carry on.
but I do have to object at this point. From the statement, it appears as if that committee was elected after the march that Mr. Semenya is referring to.
But as Mr. Mpofu said, it does appear as if Mr. Semenya has also consulted with the witness and got extra information. I'm not sure that, or extra instructions. I'm not sure that's the basis for an objection. So I'm not going to allow that objection. Carry on, Mr. Semenya.
Mama uBansi njengoba ethetha phaya naye uthi unaso.
When Mr. X testifies, a number of these points can be traversed, but I don't think you can traverse them at this stage.
Uveza loo nto Mama uBansi okokuba naye unaso esi statement asiphethe phaya sikhomba okokuba olukhetho bakhethwa aba bantu abazinkokeli emva kokuba kuyiwe phaya kwiofisi lenu.
You will recall, Ms. Lewis, that this question relates to what the group was going to do. He already told us previously in his evidence the purpose for going to the NUM office. And so Mr. Semenya is seeking to get him to repeat that or possibly give a different answer, we will see, so that he can then proceed with his cross-examination. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the cross-examination, and he may continue.
Uke wayiveza ke kwintetho yakho isizathu enanisiyela phaya kwezi office. Ukubuza uMhlekazi uSiminya ukuba abone ukuba inyaniso leyo nto kanene uthetha enye into eyehlukile nakulo leyo oye wayithetha phambili.
Andikatshintshi into.
I have not changed from what I said before.
Refresh my memory, what was the group going to do at the NUM offices?
Awundikhumbuzeke Mhlekabawo uthi kwakwenziwa ntoni phaya eofisini le-NUM?
Kwakuyobuzwa.
We were going to
Kwakuyobuzwa
ask.
kwinomba ngaba imvalelena umlungu uba makeze nempendulo ukuthi yale mali esiyifunayo i-12,500.
The question was going to be put to NUM. Why is it that they did not allow the employer to come to us with a response to our demand of 12,500 rand?
And Mr. X will tell us the reason for going there was completely different. It was to go and close the NUM offices.
Uthi ke uMhlekazi lo X kwi-statement sakhe yena ayikho loo nto. Kwakuya phaya kuyovalwa i-office le-NUM.
Zange bekho ke eyo into.
There was nothing like that.
But do you accept that the people at the NUM offices were told that this crowd you are part of was coming to ban the NUM offices? That's what the security of Lonmin told them.
Security yakwa-Lonmin onogada baya phaya kwi-office lenu baxela uba hey khona ixele zapha lizotshisa i-office ezi zenum.
Lilo elaziyo. Lelo polisa elo elaziyo uba kuzawutshiswa iofisi. Thina sasingayanga uyotshisa iofisi sasiyofuna imali siyobuzela imali uba umlungu uvalelweni uba singayifumani imali.
That officer, the security officer, is the person who knows that. But the reason we went there was to go and inquire as to why the employer was told not to come and meet us because of the demand that we had made, why he was not coming back with the response for the money.
And if all you were there about was as peaceful as you say, there would have been no reason for the security to warn the NUM personnel that were in the offices.
I don't think he knows about that. That evidence hasn't been led yet. Or you could put it as a fact that that was so, or those are your instructions, and then ask him about that further. But I don't think you could put it as something that's already common cause or a proven fact. So I think you must reformulate that question.
Chair, there's already evidence that the security of lawnmen went to tell the NUM officials, there's a crowd coming here with deadly intentions, you must go.
I know, but the witness doesn't know that, I don't think. So you're putting it to him as a fact, something that he has no knowledge about. So I thought that we can have all sorts of questions from him and so on if you put the question in that form. So I suggest you, I'm not saying anything wrong with the question as you're ultimately going to ask it, but I think the way you're putting it now isn't going to take the process forward very much, because he's just going to ask you where you get that from. So I suggest you reformulate the question, putting the point that you want to put, then we can perhaps get an answer from him.
Bechaza apha umqinisihlalo okokuba njengoba emhlakazo siminya eyibeka le nto kwelingqina ingqina eli alinawuba nempendulo ngoba alazi okokuba obo bungqina sebukhona apha phambi kwekomishoni okwangoku.
If your movement towards the NUM offices was friendly, do you accept that there would be no reason for the security officers to warn the NUM personnel in the offices that there was danger coming?
Uyavumelana nami okokuba ukuya kwenu phaya ofisini le NUM kube nalamba ngokuthula nje kungekho nto embi yayiyokwenzeka phaya. Kwakungekho sizathu esawubangela onogada ukuba babaleke bayoxela ababantu ukuba ephumanini baleke apha kubi.
Loo nto leyo ingaziwa sisajuliti mina ndiyazi.
The security person is the only one to know. I don't know anything about it.
And after the skirmishes of that afternoon, there was a decision now to go and hold meetings at the copy. Am I right?
I think the skirmishes took place in the morning, according to the evidence. The incident at the NUM office was, I think, on the 11th, was on the morning, in the morning. So
I stand corrected.
There's going to be more confusion if you persist.
The skirmishes of that day, Mr. Pasha, resulted in your group deciding to hold future meetings at the copy as opposed to the stadium, am I right?
Andithi phambi koko nanihlangana phaya ngasestadium nhlekapasha. Kuthe emva kwalento esehlakalo phaya kwi-office zenum nabe senenza isigqibo sokuba nizawuhlangana phaya ekopini ngoku. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Mr. X would be right there.
Esisho njalo uMr. X Tethinyana. That we would now meet at the copy.
Correct.
It is so. We did in fact meet there.
And at the copy, there is a discussion that in the light of what had transpired, you better get yourselves a sangoma. That will be the evidence.
Kwasekwenziwa ke isigqibo phaya ekopini okokuba hayi ngalento yenzeke phaya into ezakuba ubhetele okokuba makufumaneke ixhwele ngo sangoma.
Andiyazi ke.
That I don't know of.
Who was going to protect all of you from being shot at and to make your crowd strong?
Kwathiwa makufunyanwe le ndoda ezokwenza okokuba nibe strong nibe nokhuseleko futhi.
Andiyazi ke.
I don't know that.
And that sangoma would be a gentleman coming from Bizana.
Kwakuthiwa ke le ndoda le sangoma esikuyaba umhlekazi ovela phaya kwelaseBizana.
ndiyiva ngawe leyo.
I'm hearing that from you. Sir.
Is it consistent with your knowledge?
Unalo kodwa ulwazi lale nto ndithetha ngayo. Ihambelana nolwazi onalo.
Andinalwazi, yiyo le nto ndithi andiyazi eyo.
I have no knowledge of this. That is why I'm saying I don't know anything about it.
So Mr. X will tell us that at the copy there was an agreement that people must pay 20 rand towards organizing transport to go and fetch the sangoma.
Uthi ke uX kwase kubakho isigqibo sokuba omnye nomnye akhuphe 20 rand ezokwenza okokuba imali ye transport yokulanda le ndoda phaya ekhaya.
Do you recall that happening?
Ayikhumbula loo nto?
Kunoba into enjalo yathetheka ndingekho senjengasendlini.
Something like this was discussed after I had departed, had gone to my house.
So you were told that there was a decision of collecting 20 rands so that this sangoma can be fetched.
Mr. Chair, I don't think the translation was quite accurate. The response was, I think that decision must have been taken whilst I had gone home. He did not state it as a fact that it was taken.
As I heard the answer written down, the interpreter said possibly that decision was taken after I left, which is the same meaning as what you've put, that he doesn't know about having happened.
Exactly what I said.
It could have happened after he left. So yes. I don't think the question, as positively framed as it was, is...
My apologies to Mr. Matlang. My most sincere apologies. Thank you.
Sounds as if your apologies were accepted. Anyway, Mr. Semenya, I'm sure, can rephrase his question in a manner which doesn't arouse objection either from you, me, or anybody, or even Mr. Mpofu.
Were you told about that, Mr. Pacha?
Repeat the question.
Were you told about the collection of 20 rands? Were you told that story?
Lento yokuthi kuzawukhutshwa 20 rand. Wayiva waxelelwa ngayo.
Zange ngixelelwe ngento enjalo.
I was not told of such a thing.
Ever?
Kude
kube namhlanje.
Until today.
What were you told then?
Waxelelwa ntoni ke wena?
Into endayixelelwayo ukuba sifuna imali 12,500.
What I was told was that we were demanding money, an amount of 12,500.
I'm talking about the sangoma and the money.
Hayi ndithetha ngemali nesangoma.
Hayi ke isangoma eso sazi nenantsika nemali nenantsika le.
No, about that, the money and the sangoma, I have no idea. I don't know anything.
Hey, you know nothing about the sangoma. Did you hear at any stage when you were at the kopi, or even when people were walking past your house in the settlement, that some people were taking an amount of 20 rand each to the kopi for some reason?
Ndithetha ukuba xa ungayivanga mhlawumbe phaya entabeni le ndaba yemali ikopi noma 20 rands mhlawumbe kubantu abagqithayo apho emzini awuzange uyive le nto bakho imali ezimikiswa phaya 20 rand.
Xa abantu bethetha pha endleleni into endingayihoyanga wayihoya leyo.
If people were talking about this in the street, it's something that I really did not concern myself much about.
Anyone talk about it on the copy?
I'm sorry, sir.
Anyone talk about it on the copy? People were bringing 20 rand each for some reason.
As is 20 rand athetha ngoba is 20 rand ezikhushwayo zikhushela into ethize.
Ile ndithe kuwe azange ndiyive into enjalo.
That's what I've already said, sir. I have never heard anything like that.
And at the copy, on the 11th, Mr. X will tell us that there were persons who were called as volunteers, who are brave, who will be attended to by this Sangoma.
Veza ke umhlekazi uX okuba phaya ekopini kwavela amadoda eza ngaphambili amadoda azethembayo azinikele okuba ngawo azawusetshenzwa ngeliqela.
Uphi lo X bandimazi lo X?
Who's this X? I don't know him.
Is that consistent with your information or knowledge?
Kodwa ke ngokuva kwakho yenzeka into enjengaleyo unolwazi lolonto.
Anditholi kakuhle undiphinde.
The question is not very clear. Could it be repeated?
The volunteers who were going to be attended by the Sangoma
Amadoda lawa nesibindi aza ngaphambili athi sithi kwathiwa ke ngabo abazawusetshenzwa balungiswe ngeliqela.
were to be chosen there. Do you know that to be correct or don't you?
Khona apho entabeni unolwazi ngalonto?
Andinalwazi.
No ideas.
Most important, Mr. X will say that the purpose for this Muti thing was so that those volunteers must be people who cannot run away when attacked by the security or the police.
Enye into eyayibaleke gqitha ke ukuthi amavolunteer lawo ababantu abeza ngaphambili kufanele kube ngabantu abanganawuthetha umva xa behlasela ngamapolisa noma zi-security baye phambili kungabi abantu abazawubuya umva.
Zange ndiyive loo nto leyo unoba ndiyayiqala uyiva.
I have not heard this before. I'm hearing it for the first time.
And the volunteers were called Makarapa.
Babizwa ke aba bantu kuba ngomakarapa.
Andiva?
You understand, sir?
Those volunteers were called Makarapa, the ones who will not run away from the security and the police.
Aba bantu ke babekhethiwe aba bangenakubaleka bangenakubuya umva xa behlasela ngamapolisa noma onogada babebizwa okuba ngomakarapa.
Oh, andinawuyazi into yokubana umuntu angajika abe ngumakalabha kuba umakalabha endimaziyo ngulo ndimthwala emgodini xa ndifikele amatye uba angandixabeli entloko.
No, this I wouldn't know that people would then call themselves makarapa, because a makarapa, Mr. Chairperson, is the steel hat that I wear on my head to avoid the rocks falling from the mine to fall on my head.
Let me interpose something, Mr. Apata. If we go to Exhibit L, slide 198.
Apha kule mfanekiso. Slide number, say?
198.
Will you be shown that slide, please?
Nangu 198 baza kumveza naphaya ku screen.
We have established that you were part of that group, correct?
Sesivile okokuba wawukhona we kweli qela. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And you have told us you were going home.
When wawusiya ekhaya.
Ndandiphakathi nendawo.
I said I was in the middle of this group.
Going home.
Injongo yokubuya ekhaya. Go to.
Awuphinde?
Just repeat the question.
You're in the middle of that group going home.
Uthi wawuphakathi kweli qela lapha ngasemva. Kodwa ke injongo wawuhamba kuye ekhaya. Kunjalo?
ingathi khange ndilibeke lo.
No, I did not say that.
Were you part of that group going home, Mr. Pacha, or not?
Wawukweli cela laligoduka lisiya ekhaya phasha ikanene hayi.
Sorry, Chairperson. That's a misrepresentation of the witness's evidence. His evidence was that that group went back to the copy, and only thereafter there was a rollout of barbed wire and so on and so on. So if it can be put on that basis.
Ibeka ngolo hlobo umhlekazi uphasha umhlekazi umpofo uthi hayi kuthe eliqela lasuka apha laphinda umva libuyele ekopini.
And in fact,
Uthemba koko
Chairperson,
kwase kuba khona.
to be fair, in terms of the evidence, I think what Mr. Semenya is putting is the more correct version. But this witness said that this group went back to the copy, and that's what he said when Mr. Mujapelo asked him this morning.
Sasa nje xa ubuza ngumhlekazi umjapilo uye wachaza okokuba uye kwafika apha nabeseniphinda umva nibuyela ekopini. Kuthemba koko ke kwasekuvela lento yocingo xa kuzawuba lixesha lokuba kugoduko.
Injalo.
That's exactly as Mr. Mpofu is putting it.
Chair, I've just asked the witness, you are part of that group in the middle where you're going home. How can that ever be objectionable?
Because, hold the objection. The question is, were you in the middle of that group? You said you were. When you were in the middle of the group, as depicted on that slide, were you going home?
Umbuzo yilowo ke mfowethu. Kweli cela njengoba lilapha nje uthi wawuphakathi kulo apha ngasemva.
Yeah.
Ngoku elicela licela laligoduka lisiya ekhaya. Umbuzo lo.
Kwakuphindwa umva kuliyohle kuhlalwa phansi.
No, from this slide we went back and sat down there.
You want to answer that question now, Mr. Pacha?
Uyafuna ukuphendula lo mbuzo phasha ikanene awufuni?
Njani?
How should I?
Were you going home when you were part of that group as depicted on that picture?
Njengoba livelile phaya elicela wawuphakathi kulo nawe be uhamba usiya ekhaya.
How can that be difficult to answer?
Into engawulobunzima bophendula lonto ilula kangaka.
Kukho la ndawo yokubiyela.
There's
Yiyo
that
lento iniphazamisayo.
there's that part where they started pulling the barbed wire, and that's what confuses me.
Forget the barbed wire now.
Make siyeke lento yokubiyela.
When you were part of that group there, as we look at slide 198, were you going home?
Njengoku sibona lo mfanekiso uphaya u198 uvuma na ukuba wawuphakathi kweli yacela. Nani ngabantu ikanene wena ungumuntu ogodukayo ekhaya.
Ndandingekagoduki ngela xesha.
Not at this stage. I wasn't going home at that stage.
Okay. Now we know you moved from the copy, you going towards that car, that nyala. Where are you going?
Sivake kuthiwa nani qani lapha nani suka phaya ekopi nisidla niza kule nqola yamapolisa. Nani yaphi kakhulu?
Undivile uba ndithi saphinde emva sawuhlala phansi.
You heard me saying we went back and sat.
Before you go, you went back and sat, Mr. Pacha.
Ngokuba nibuyele umva niyohlala phansi phansi.
You moved from the copy towards those nyalas. Am I correct?
Xa nizawufika apha kule nyala andithi nani sihla nisuka phaya ekopeni nisiza apha. Kunjalo?
Yeah.
That is so.
And we know you're not going home at that stage.
Siyavile kokokuba kwakungelona ixesha wawugoduka ngalo siya ekhaya. Andithi kunjalo?
Andikuva kwelokugqibela.
The last part of the question was?
You told us that as you are approaching that nyala, you are not going home.
Uthi wena ngeli xesha nibonakala apha nisiza ngakule nyala bowungagoduki usiya ekhaya.
Andingagoduki.
I wasn't going home, yes.
Next question.
Uzolandelayo ke?
Where are you going?
Eniyaphi?
Sasicula sijikeleza sihamba sohlala phansi.
We were just singing around and chanting around there, going back. We were still waiting for the employer.
You are going around there singing, waiting for the employer. That's why you are approaching the Nyala.
uthi nani hamba apho nicula nimlindele umqashi yikho nje
Namanje.
naya phaya kule nqala kule nyala kunjalo.
Sasengayi kuyo, sasicula sihamba ecakwayo
We were
sijika.
not going directly to the nyala, but we went past it, turning around singing.
Because you're waiting for the employer.
Nilindele umqeshi.
Namanje.
As it is, yes.
Mr. Menia, it might be helpful to go back to slide 194 and then take it together with 197, where what is depicted is there were 3 separate attempts where the protesters approached the police line. I take it that what we are busy with on slide 198 is the first attempt.
It's the first incident.
Yeah. But if you take him back to, to be fair to you, I'm not sure he quite understands the point you're putting. If you go back to 194 and take him through 197, he might then understand and be able to give an answer that does justice to his case.
Xa sijonge imfanekiso kusuka ku-194 sisiya ku-197 apho le nto ingabonakala icace kakuhle okokuba kwakwenzeka ntoni.
Mr. Pacha, let's start.
Siqale apha mhlekazi.
When you were part of that frame, you were not going home. Are you saying you were going around singing whilst waiting for the employer?
Uthi ngeli xesha niphaya beningazi ekhaya benihamba nicula njena nisalindele umqeshi. Uthi beningayi ekhaya ningagoduki hamba nicula nje phaya nijikeleza nilindele umqeshi.
Kunjalo.
That is so.
Okay. Being led by Mr. Noki.
Ungunoki ohamba phambili.
Mambush.
Donsa phambili uMambush.
Ndibona nje ingubo leya nimazini.
I see the blanket. I don't know his face well.
You don't know?
Uthi awumazi kakuhle ebusweni.
Hayi.
I don't know his face well.
No, but you were led by Mambush, were you not?
Kodwa ke kwakunguye uMambush lo wayehola nithi.
Ngokwengubo le.
According to the blanket, yes.
And you're saying you approached that Nyala because you're waiting for the employer?
Uthi naya pha kule nyala ngoba nimele umqeshi.
Sasingayi kuyo.
We did not go to the nyala.
Did that Nyala cut your way?
Linyala ayizange ingene indvimbe ngaphambili inqandi.
Andisaqondi kakuhle ke ngoku ba into yakudala leya.
Don't remember so well now. This happened some times ago.
Do you remember turning from that frame going back to the copy?
Uyakhumbula kweli xesha nifika apha nijika nibuya umva?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you remember going back to the Nyala again from the copy?
Uyakhumbula emva koko naphinde naya futhi kwinyala nisuka phaya entabeni ngoku.
Kulapho ke ndingaqondi kakuhle ba kaloku nebhotshi le iyatshiza. Mhlawumbe ndandiye ebhotshi.
I don't remember well, Mr. Chairperson, because there was also the call of nature at one time. I had to go and relieve myself.
I don't think it's helpful to have a lot of laughter.
I'm away to document
Distracts the witness and it distracts counsel.
uyaphazamisa
I
kumagqwetha
would appeal to
uphazamisa
members of the
nakwingqina.
auditorium to restrain their mirth and keep quiet while they listen to the evidence. If they don't keep quiet, I will have to order them to leave the chamber. If they don't
Nizame
leave,
ke doch kokuba niziphathe nyani kungaze kufike apho ikomishini iyawunyanzela ukuba ikhuphe abantu kule komishini. Masizame ukuziphatha.
So after you answered the call of nature, you joined the group.
Uthe emva kokuba usuyileke phaya phandle ukuyokhulula ibhluke waphinde wabuya kula madoda.
Kunjalo.
It is correct, yes.
so that you can sing and wait for the employer for the second time.
Uze apha niphinde nicule futhi niloku nimele umqeshi kokuba eze.
Sasimlinde kakhulu umqeshi
We were
uba
waiting
makazosiphendula.
for the employer very much to give us an answer.
Okay. Let's go to slide 194.
Make sithi uphinde umva kancinci size apha ku 194. Njengoba ivelile phaya.
You will see behind the yellow half circle
Emva kwaleseke lena iyelo le.
that frame properly zoomed shows people who are moving away from the back of that half circle.
Xa iveza kakhulu ibonisa abantu abasuka apha beya kwelica besuka kuyo. Uyayibona?
Ndiyayibona.
Yes, I see.
You did not want to take that direction yourself.
Awuzange wenze isigqibo ba uze kwelicala lapho.
Zange ndibe naso isigqibo sokubalekela emva. Ndibalekela ngasemkhukhwini.
I did not make the decision of running backwards. I ran in the direction of the settlement, the Sheikh settlement.
Now remember, we are still just going to the Nyala so that we are waiting for the employer. We haven't decided to go home yet.
Khumbula kokuba side sifika apha sisengenza isigqibo beningenza isigqibo sokuba ugodwe uya ekhaya bekusacula kuyiwa phaya kulenyana.
Are you with me?
I had not left at that time.
I know, I'm saying, were you still going to approach the Nyala for the second time so that you wait for the employer while singing?
Uthi nani siya ityeli lesibili ngokuphaya ngakwinyala niyawujika futhi ni loku nimele umqeshi kokuba eze. Kunjalo?
Sasilinde ngenyani uba umqeshi makadeze sithethe naye.
Waiting there patiently for the employer to come and give us an answer.
Anyway, the evidence will be that Mr. Noki does not live in that direction at all. Mambush does not live there, he lives in Korea.
Ubungqina obukhona ke apha buthi lo uMambush akahlali kule ndawo apha evele apha ngumuntu waseKaree. Kunjalo?
Andinakuyazi ke.
That I would not know.
Yeah, but if that evidence is established, there is no way Mr. Mambush is leading a group of people to go home. That's not his home.
Xa obobungqina buzawuvela ke apha ayinawuba inyani okokuba uMambush njengoba ephambili phaya ube hola elida abantu abaya emikhukhwini apho kuhlalwa ahlala khona.
Umuntu xa ephambili asijonga ngento yokuba yilida eyo.
A person who is in front is not necessarily a leader.
He could not be in front of a group that is going home.
Bengeke abe nokuba apha phambi kwale group lena esiya emzini wakhe kwakhe ekhaya.
Because his home was in Korea.
Ngoba umzi wakhe uphaya eKaree.
Ukuba andazi nalo mzi wakhe ke mna.
I don't even know his home.
So do you accept that he could not have been leading you on his way home?
He doesn't know that. He says he doesn't know where he lives or lived. What's being put to you is that
Bendingamazi ngokuba usebenza phi kwaMambushe lowo. Bendiqala kwa ukumbona kwaphaya.
I was seeing him for the very first time there, Mr. Chairperson. I didn't even know where he works, this Mambush.
what is being put to you by council is if it is correct that Mr. Norkie lived at Korea, he was then not moving towards his home when he moved forward to the police at the front of the group. That's what you've been asked to comment on.
Mhlekazi, lo mbuzo unjembo kabawo. Xa inyaniso into yokokuba uMambushi ngumuntu ohlala eKarey. Ngoku xa ebehamba apha phambi kwenu, inyaniso yokokuba ubengayi emzini apho ehlala khona. Kunjani?
ngokuba bebaleka noba behamba.
Whether he was moving home or running away.
I understand you to say that you saw Mr. Norkie for the first time on the 16th, or did I misunderstand?
And that, Dr. Namfokaba, uthi Mr. Norkie lo uMambushi waqala ukumbona ngomhla ka-16.
Umuntu ophaya umbona namhlanje akunawumazi kusasa. Namanje xa noba alahle lengubo phansi ngeke ndimazi.
The position is, if I'd seen somebody today, Mr. Chairperson, I would not be able to recognize that person tomorrow. And even now, if he was to get rid of the blanket, I wouldn't even be able to recognize him.
Mr. Pacha, let's go.
What does that mean? Does that mean that you did see him for the first time on the 16th, or you may have seen him earlier, but you don't know? Or what exactly are you trying to say?
Uthini Mfokaba ukuthi kungenzeka okokuba waqala ukumbona ngale mini mhla ka-16 noma mhlawumbe bowuke wambona ngaphambilini kodwa usamkhumbuli.
Ngensuku ndimbonela buqaqa kunami. Umuntu ombonela ephaya ehamba phaya awunokwazi ukuthi ngusibani kuba kwakuthiwa uMambushi ndimbona embethe lengubo. Xa elahle lengubo ndiyanongamasi kuba nami njengoba ndinxibe lento. Omnye umuntu uthi xa endibona athi ingathi ngowamntu bethetha phaya enase kwikomishwana lowa.
The position, Mr. Chairperson, is a person that one sees from quite some distance. One would not be able to recognize that person. There was mention of Mambush. One recognizes him with that which he is wearing only. Like in my case, as I'm appearing before the commission wearing this, it shows the jacket he's wearing. People will say, he was wearing this jacket, this is the man who was appearing before the commission.
Mr. Pacha, okay, let's take me through this patch of your evidence. When you approached the Nyala for the first time, the police fired tear gas at your group, correct?
And it's in it, Kania, yellow color, Payanga, we Nantiga, we Nyala. I'm a police, I need to bulang a tear gas, to bulanga pangabun.
Kunjal.
That is correct.
And your group then went back to the copy, is that right?
La pendukikela elila buyela buyela ekopini kunjalo. That is so.
And then you went to relieve yourself.
Bese uhamba ke uyokhulula ibhluke phezulu. That is correct, yes.
Now I want us to look at slide 89 of Exhibit L.
Pinda umba kancinci apha siye apha ku-89.
To orientate ourselves, you will see there are 3 crawls there.
Kuze kancinci ke apha kubonakala ubuhlanti bokuqala besibini besithathu. Yabona?
Yeah.
I can see.
There is the small crawl where the shooting happened. Do you see that?
Obo obuncinci apho kwadujula khona. Kunjalo?
Ngoba izibaya phaya zihlalelene esincinci nesikhulu zange ndisazi basisona sithi.
These crawls are near each other, they're in the same vicinity. I wouldn't be able to say which one is the big one and which is the small one.
Sesokuqala ezi sasibalekela ngakuso singasendleleni.
But this is the one we ran to was the first crawl, which is nearer to the road.
Yeah, that's the one I prefer to call the small one. Do you see it though?
Uthi siso ke esi isibaya esibiza ngokuba sesiningi. Uyasibona?
Yeah.
I see it, yes.
Then there is the one on the edge of that frame, touching the edge of the frame. It looks like the picture had cut the second crawl. Did you see that?
Esekuba khona ke esi sisekugqibeleni.
To the left of that frame.
Siyakhatha ifoto esasingasakhohlwa. Uyasibona?
Yesibona.
I see it, yes.
You see that from the copy, you can go towards that crawl with ease. Am I correct?
Uyabona ukuthi xa usuka apha entabeni ubungahamba kamandi ukuya phaya kungekho nkathazo. Vumelana nami?
If you chose to do that.
Ube wenze isigqibo sokuba usuke apha uhambe uye le.
Njani?
How?
Uhamba kamandi.
How could one walk there freely?
If you elected to walk towards that, you could have done that with ease. Is that a fair statement or not?
Uthi xa ndibeka kuwo kokuba xa usuka apha entabeni uhamba usiya lena kobuhlanti ubungahamba ngokukhululeka kungekho nto ekuphazamisayo kunjalo.
Indlela esuka evela ngaseMarikana yephi?
Which is the road from Marikana there?
You told us is the one that's closer to the small crawl. I'm not talking about that one.
Uthe wena ilindlela iphaya ngasebuhlanti obobuncinci. Kodwa ndithethi ngalowo nto mna.
I'm talking
Manje indlela esuka eMarikana nansi ihambe yona.
I can see on the photo that there is the road that comes from Marikana.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying from the big copy, you could go to that crawl on the edge of that frame to the left. You can do that, and you could do that.
Uthi ke xa benilapha entabeni ufuna ukuya kobu buhlanti bungapha ngasokhohlo ubungakwazi ukuba uzihambele kakuhle apho kunjalo.
Zange libe kwelo thuba lokuba ukhethe indawo ozohamba kuyo kodwa mina ndandibaleka ngendlela eya emkhukhwini.
There was no time to think of that, but what I decided was to run along the road that leads to the Czech settlement.
And if anyone elected to do as I postulate, they would be able to go to the informal settlement of Ikaneng as well.
Uthi ke xa umuntu ube omnye naye ube nengqizo uba hayi manisuke apha entabeni ndiye phaya enkanini ube ngazihambela kakuhle apho.
Bebezihambela kakuhle abantu besuka eMarikana abanye bephuma emikhukhwini. Bezihambela kakuhle kungekho nto ibaphazamisayo.
People were walking freely there. There was nothing disturbing them. Some were coming from Marikana towards the settlement, nothing disturbing them.
And your group of Mambush could equally have walked away from the small crawl to Ikaneng through that route. Am I correct?
Nani ke naleqela wawukulo elikaMambushi nani ngahamba ngolo hlobo niziyele phaya ekuhlaleni kunjalo.
Kungoba sasihamba kanjani?
How did we move then? How did we?
What council is putting to you that it was possible for you to do that? You could have done that.
Umbuza ummeli uthi beningaba nako okokuba xa benenze isigqibo beningahamba nje kakuhle.
Zange icingeke ke leyo.
We did not think so.
Because you wanted to confront the police, that's why.
Uthi ke into eyenza ukubana ngicinga ngolhlobo okokuba ndandifuna ukujongana nawo amapolisa.
Ayikho ke into.
No, there's nothing like that.
Just before the lunch adjournment, when do you get rid of your bush knife?
Phambi kokuba ke kube lixesha lokuba siye kutyeni. Ibush le yakho uyilahle nini?
ibhotshi yalahleka kwintaba encinci.
The bush got lost in the small mountain.
So, despite being fired at by the police, you are having your bush knife, you're running with it to the small copy.
Asemva kokuba usudujule ngamapolisa ubaleka nje ubalekela phayo uyiphethe ibush knife yakho le.
Ndiyiphethe.
I had it, yes.
And you've got your inqula as well.
Nenqula uloku uyiphethe nayo.
Ibhotshi ile ndajuba ngayo lapha isi indibhabhisayo. Inqula nayo ndiyiphethe.
I had the inqula as well because it's mine, sir. The bush knife is the one that I used to cut off that hanging toe.
And it doesn't occur to you just to drop those weapons and go home.
Akuzange kufika apha kuwe engqondweni ukuba hayi ithi ndilahle izixhobo ndizihambele ndiye ekhaya.
Ndandizoya kanjani ekhaya ndidutyulwa?
How could I have gone home when I was being shot at?
Even on your logic, why don't you just leave those arms there and walk yourself home?
Buzo ukuthi wena ngokwakho mfo intoni ungazicingela ukuba hayi fike ixesha uma ndilahle ezixhobo ndihambe ndiye ekhaya.
Kukho le ndawo ithi apha kumi.
This thing in me that says,
ndandingazilahla kanjani izixhobo zami?
how could I throw away my weapons?
Uba apho ndiyakhona ndazi uba kwenzekani kuba sasivalelwe ngamapolisa evale yonke la ntaba. Kungekho nendawo yokubaleka sabulawelwa kweya ndawo nje sibulawa kuba amapolisa akho ndawo yakuphinda uphume.
Because I did not know where I was going to and what I was going to be confronted with. We could not go anywhere because that whole place we were boxed up by the police. They had closed up. We couldn't go anywhere.
Xa uvela ngapha uqoba elokwentaba ngaphaya amapolisa athunga isibhamu kuphela akukho ndawo yakubaleka sasiqokolelene kukhala neentaka ezinhloko kuthi.
When you look this side of the mountain, you would see the police there and there was shooting going on. When you look on the other side, the same thing. And the birds were singing over our heads.
Was that not a good moment to put your arms down?
Kungelona ke ixesha elikahle elo lokuba uthi ngelo xesha ubeke phansi izixhobo goduke.
Ndazibeka izixhobo ndakugqiba kubeka izixhobo ndathatha ilaphu lefaskoti ndazibopha enxeba.
I did put my weapons down. After putting my weapons down, I took the apron, that cloth, and bound my injured foot with.
Ndatsho ndalala ngesisu ndarhuqa phansi ngesisu.
I then went on my stomach and started crawling on my stomach on that bent patch of grass.
Yazoncedwa lipolisa lathi thina silimeleyo masiswayele ngapha sihambe siyobhanditshwa.
A policeman then came to my rescue. He said those of us who were seriously injured should come one side so that we could be attended to and be bandaged.
Kweya ndawo ndibonakala eTVini ndihleli phansi ndilindele ukubhanditshwa.
This is where I appear on the TV, seated, waiting for my foot to be bandaged.
And the argument will be you went to the small copy because that's where that was the forte for the Mambush group where the rituals were performed.
Uchike kuyawubekwa kuwe kuyoba ngumngqino obuthi naya phaya kule ntaba encinci ngoba kuyona indawo yohlaselo apho icela lika Mambush lalihleli khona apho kwakwenziwa khona amadeletele amayeza. Uthini kulonto?
Ayikho ke leyo into kwintaba encinci kulapho sasibulawelwa khona izidumbu zaphuma zizininji.
A small copy, that is where we were being killed, and there were many bodies of dead people that were found there.
Would this be a convenient stage for the lunch adjournment here?
The Commission will adjourn until 1:30. I may as well announce now that this week we will be taking a short lunch adjournment from 1 until 1:30 because we cannot sit on Friday afternoon. So we will adjourn until 1:30.
Ndenze lo myalelo eliviki sizawuthatha ilunch ye 30 minutes ngene 1:30 ngesizathu sokuba ngolwesihlanu kuyobe engadlalanga iCommission kukho ezinye izizathu. Enkosi.